Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. Want to call the meeting to order. I'm Dr. Gordon Borland, presiding officer of the Behavior Analyst Advisory Board. Mr. Ortiz, would you call the roll and check for quorum, please, sir? Yes.
Brian Finley.
Present.
Lori Snyder. Dr. Stephanie Sokolowski.
Here.
Carol Sloan.
Present.
Dr. Joyce Malk.
Here.
Mario Fernandez. Amy Wood. And Dr. Gordon Borland, presiding officer.
Present.
We do have a quorum.
We have a quorum.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. Just something to remember to anyone who's going to be speaking, that you are asked to state your name when you're speaking, so the names will be recorded. And if you're online, if you'll please keep your cameras on and your microphones muted until it's your turn. Again, wish to welcome everyone here this afternoon. Fine time of year to visit Austin. And here we are this afternoon, sharing time together. And after that, it's Austin again. So thank you for coming. I want to welcome some of the commissioners who are here with us today, board members here in person and online, and other people, participants who are here. Some of you have had to travel. We appreciate you making that effort. This is, I think, an important meeting, talking about something that's very important: how best to protect the public through the licensure process. And so we were looking forward, the board is looking forward to hearing input from all participants. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Bruno, the Deputy Executive Director.
Thank you, Dr. Borland. Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here. My name is Steve Bruno, Deputy Executive Director for Licensing Services with the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. I would like to personally welcome you to this summit. It provides us all a great opportunity to have a discussion, an open discussion, on a very important topic. I'm going to introduce our commissioners who are present and invite them to offer any remarks. Dr. Wesson.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Steve. I'm thrilled that we're here today to be able to do a fact finding and gathering of information, so that as was shared by the chair, on what's best for the public here in Texas. And the number of special needs children just seems to be increasing every year, and I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to allow access to care for those kids.
Thank you. And Commissioner Lori High, if you'd like to say anything.
Good afternoon. No, I'm glad to be here as well, and appreciate the effort to protect Texans, and especially the children who are affected and treated by your profession. So thanks for letting me be here.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, I'd like to ask any of our executive staff or other staff to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, Courtney Arborn, the Executive Director, and I just wanted to say thank you to our board members and to our guests for being here to talk through this issue today. We appreciate your time and effort.
And I'm Brandy Myers, Deputy Executive Director, excuse me, over Administrative Services. And also, thank you so much for physically being here. For those of you online, thank you for the time to show up and be present with us today as we do go through this. We are excited to hear the feedback that we'll have today. So thank you for contributing. Appreciate all of you.
I'm Derek Burkhalter, Deputy General Counsel for the General Counsel's Office.
I'm Chris Funderburg. I'm the general counsel assigned to the behavioral analyst program.
Thank you. Next, I'm just going to, excuse me. Our staff in the back, if you'd like to introduce yourselves, you're welcome to at this time. Thank you, Dr. Borland.
I'm Katie Price. I was the program specialist for the Behavior Analyst Program and Compliance and am now the Deputy Director of Licensing.
Thank you.
My name is Heather Muir and I'm the Director of Licensing. Hi, I'm Yvonne Campos. I'm the Executive Assistant to Courtney Arbor.
Thank you.
Jeff Gobus, Government Relations.
Sheila Mange, Communications Manager.
Thank you. Thank you for that. All right. Now I'm just going to do a quick introduction of all invited participants. We'll be calling on you to speak in a moment. I'm going to do that, hand it back to Dr. Borland for some quick business, and then we'll get into the discussion. We should have, this is going to be a combination of virtually and in person. I believe we have Dr. Shawnee Collins, who is with the Association of Professional Behavior Analysts. Is Dr. Collins with us?
I'm
Okay.
here. Hello.
Wonderful. Hello, thank you. We have with the Behavior Analyst Certification Board, Dr. Molly Luke, who is Chief Certification and Learning Officer. Oh, is Dr. Luke with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, great. Thank you. Hello.
Okay, great.
We have with the Texas Association for Behavior Analysis, we have Ellen Rhodes.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. And we have Ms. Lupe Castaneda as well.
I am here.
Hi. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. All right. Then we have with the ANSI National Accreditation Board, we have Warren Merkel. Thank you. We have from the Council of Autism Service Providers, Mr. Mike Wassmer. Thank you. We have from the Qualified Applied Behavior Analysis Credentialing Board, we have Dr. Sheena Pihota. Thank you. We have Andrew Patterson and Larry Gonzalez. Thank you. All right. And then from the Texas Association for Behavior Analysis, we have Jeffrey Dillon. Great. And do we also have Bernice De La Cruz? Is Bernice?
She is running late.
Okay, no
But
problem.
She is planning to attend.
All right. And then I want to confirm, I do not believe do we have a representative from the Association for Behavior Analysis International? We had indication there may be someone here, but I don't think. Okay. All right. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you all again for being here. I will hand it over to Dr. Borland for item E.
Thank you. Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Bruno. This point in the agenda is time for public comment. Do we have anyone who has indicated they wish to make public comment?
And this is not for those invited to discuss on the topic. This is for other topics, just to be clear. I don't think we did have anyone say.
No one?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, moving right along to the agenda, back to you.
All right, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Dr. Borland. Yes, sir. All right. Now we will move to agenda item F and begin our discussion on certifying entities. The law regarding licensed behavior analysts in Texas clearly states that certain criteria must be met before a license can be issued. There are 5 criteria listed. The first is certification by what the Texas law defines as a certifying entity. There are educational requirements. There's an examination requirement. And finally, compliance is required with all professional, ethical, and disciplinary standards, and an applicant cannot be the subject of disciplinary action. In reviewing these 5 criteria, the law gives us some specific guidance. For criteria 1, a certifying entity, The law defines that as either a specifically named group, the Behavior Analyst Certification Board, or BACB for short, or another entity that is accredited to issue credentials in the professional practice of applied behavior analysis by either the National Commission for Certifying Agencies or the American National Standards Institute. And additionally, once meeting one of those requirements, those two accreditations, the other entity or any other entity must be approved by the department. For criteria 2 and 3, which are the education and examination requirements, both must be either the requirements of the Behavior Analyst Certification Board or, to quote the law, equivalent to those requirements. And today, we're here to get a better understanding of the equivalent question by hearing from the presentations from the groups gathered. I've introduced each group. I'll be calling on you in random order and asking each group to spend about 20 minutes with your presentation. We'll then have an opportunity for the advisory board members, for staff, and for the commissioners to ask questions and engage in discussion. After that, I'll call on the next group and we'll go through until every group has had the opportunity to speak. Following that, so this is going to be combining items F and G. And then following that, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Borland for item H. All right. So first, I would like to call on the Association of Professional Behavior Analysts, and that is going to be Dr. Shawnee Collins.
Hello, everyone. Like you said, I'm Dr. Shawnee Collins, and am I good to just jump in?
You are, please.
Good? Okay, great. I serve as the chair for the Association of Professional Behavior Analysts, or APBA's Public Policy Committee. Please note that I have been authorized by APBA's executive committee specifically and exclusively to present on a useful resource published by APBA, but I'm not otherwise authorized to speak on behalf of APBA. First, let me just extend APBA's gratitude for the opportunity to be part of the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulations Behavior Analysts Credential Summit and provide a bit of context. APBA is a nonprofit professional membership association with the mission to promote and advance the science-based practice of applied behavior analysis. Two of the ways that APBA carries out that mission is to represent the interests of appropriately credentialed professional and paraprofessional practitioners of applied behavior analysis and provide them with meaningful support and resources, and to work in collaboration with the federal, state, governmental, and third-party entities to enhance recognition of appropriately credentialed professional and paraprofessional practitioners of applied behavior analysis and support the needs of those practitioners. For example, APBA has made resources freely available, such as the APBA Model Licensure Act, guidelines for practicing during COVID-19 pandemic, many position statements, and a document to facilitate evaluating accrediting bodies in ABA. Over the years, APBA has received many inquiries about different types of credentials and credentialing bodies for professional and/or paraprofessional practitioners of applied behavior analysis. In an effort to support practitioners and other professional associations and governmental entities, APBA created a document titled Considerations for Evaluating Credentials in the Practice of Applied Behavior Analysis. The document was first published in August 2018 and was updated in April of this year. APBA has made this document freely available since August of 2018. The document outlines some critical features of professional credentialing organizations and provides important considerations that can be used when evaluating one or more credentialing organizations. The critical features for credentialing programs based in the United States include that the program, 1, is accredited by an appropriate national or international accrediting body, 2, uses job or occupational analyses to analysis studies to identify the essential tasks for performing the duties of the occupation, to develop exam items and guide experiential training requirements. And 3, publishes information about their procedures of their job analysis and SME meetings and findings on their website. Additionally, the document provides considerations related to the following topics: the history, ownership, and decision-making processes, the accreditation, job analysis methodology and results, comprehensive outline of knowledge and competencies, the development and security of the examination, continuing education requirements, publicly available certificate data, and finally, ethical and disciplinary standards. I'm happy to take questions, provided that they're directly related to the published considerations for evaluating credentials in the practice of applied behavior analysis document. If a question goes beyond that scope of the published document, then I'll have to respectfully pass on that question.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions at this time?
Do you have any questions?
Dr. Gordon Borland, I have a question, and first, thank you for being here. So I don't know if you can answer this, but has APBA come to any conclusions regarding the relative value, not relative value, but the relative rigor of the certification requirements of the BACB and the QABA?
I think you're asking if APBA's used the tool specifically for evaluating different credentialing bodies. Is that the question?
Surely.
Yeah, I'll just respectfully pass on that one.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, any other questions? And as always, I'll say this, if once you speak, if you'll please stay with us. Questions could come up later during the event, so please stay with us for the entirety of the event if you are.
Okay.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Next, I will call from the Behavior Analyst Certification Board, Dr. Molly Luke.
Great. I'm going to just try and share my screen real quick. Sorry. Just... It's asking me permissions, which is good, very secure. Okay, let me try that one again. All right. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and speak at this. It's a really important initiative, and I appreciate the due diligence that you're taking. So as you mentioned, my name is Molly Luke. I'm the Chief Certification and Learning Officer at the BACB. So I'm here to talk kind of briefly just about the BACB and our certifications. So a little bit about the BACB. We are a nonprofit 501c3 corporation. We were founded in 1998, so over 25 years ago. Our mission is to protect consumers of behavior analysis services by systematically establishing, promoting, and disseminating professional standards. We have 3 certifications, all 3 of which are accredited by the National Commission for Certifying Agencies. So as a nonprofit, we have a fantastic BACB board of directors. I personally think this, but I think many would agree that we have a really high power group of people, and they very purposely represent a variety of perspectives, including kind of representatives that are specifically for each certification, We have a consumer representative as well, which is currently Chrissy McNair, who is our vice president, which I think is incredibly valuable perspective that she brings to the board. And we actually just recently looked at kind of an understanding of our board, and there was a really cool statistic that our CEO put together where these 11 directors have over 178 collective years of experience within the profession. So just another great statistic to show how powerful this group is. So what I'm going to do, I won't spend a whole lot of time on this, but just to give some context. So for each of our certification, I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of all the requirements. So each certification, there's requirements to become certified and to maintain your certification. All of our requirements are developed through an extensive process that includes subject matter experts and is approved by our board of directors. So here are the requirements to obtain certification. Our RBT, our Registered Behavior Technician certification, which I know is not necessarily quite as relevant today, but I'll just go over it briefly. So in addition to an age and background check, they need to have a high school level education, 40 hours of training related to, in content related to ABA service delivery. They need to have completed a skills-based competency assessment and pass a psychometrically validated exam, the RBT exam. We also have the BC ABA exam, the Board Certified Assistant Behavior Analyst. So the requirements there to become certified is a bachelor's degree, need undergraduate level behavior analytic coursework, and a number of hours of supervised field work. After they've completed all those, then they need to take the BC ABA exam, which is again psychometrically validated. And then finally, we have our BCBA certification, which is Board Certified Behavior Analyst. People holding a BCBA certification have a master's degree at least, graduate level behavior analytic coursework, have completed a number of hours of supervised field work, and after they've completed all that, they need to pass an examination. Now, I didn't really put it on here, but I did want to mention that we also have a designation for those who have doctoral training in behavior analysis, which is our BCBA-D. I'm not going to talk too much about it, but it's basically a designation built upon the BCBA certification. So here are the maintenance requirements for each certification level. As you'll see, each certification is required to abide by the relevant ethics code. RBTs also need to pass an annual skills-based competency assessment and have ongoing supervision. BCABAs, again, the ethics code, continuing education, and they do need ongoing supervision from a BCBA, qualified supervisor. And then finally, our BCBAs need to abide by the ethics code, continuing education. They are not required to have ongoing supervision. So as I mentioned before, all BACB certificates are required to adhere to their relevant ethics code. As with all of our certification requirements, these ethics codes are developed and guided by subject matter experts in the profession. And to enforce all these ethics codes, we have a really robust ethics department which is overseen by a BCBAD, a phenomenal behavior analyst. We also publish a white paper every couple of years, which summarizes the complaints we've received about ethics violations and subsequent actions we've taken. So this resource is freely available on our website, and we'll update it every couple of years. All right, so I'll spend a few minutes just giving some data about our certification and the people who hold it. So here are the data for the number of people who hold the BC ABA certification. This data is through the end of June of this year. So on the vertical axis is the number of certificants, on the horizontal axis are each year. So you can see as of June of this year, we had 5,497 BC ABA certificants. And here are the data for BCBAs through June. So again, vertical axis is the number of certificants, horizontal axis are the years. And so as of June, we had close to 70,000 BCBAs, people that were certified as BCBAs. And as I mentioned earlier, we do have ability for people to have a designation to show that they have doctoral training. So of these BCBAs, 2,958 are also hold the doctoral designation. So here's just a overall snapshot of the number of certificants that we have across each of our certification levels. As you can see, RBT, there is a high volume of activity there. But in total, we have over 250,000 certificants that we are managing and supporting at the BACB. So here's the Texas data. So this is again showing each of our certifications and number of people that hold that certification in Texas. Similarly to the last one, you can see that there's a number of, quite a few people that hold the RBT certification, 193 BC ABAs, 4,131 BCBAs, and 138 BCBADs in the state of Texas. So recently, Dr. Carr, our CEO, put this stacked graph together, which I thought was really cool. So this is just showing stacked of each of our certifications over time. And so as you can see from this, in 2014, the growth really dramatically increased. And that growth, is part due to the fact that that's around the time we introduced the RBT certification. But really that growth is a lot due to insurance funding for those who have an autism diagnosis. And that resulted in more businesses showing up who then needed more behavior analysts. So you can see that there's definitely been a lot of growth in the last decade. So all of these new businesses need employees. And so several years ago, we started a practice where we start publishing a demand for BCBAs and BCABAs report. This is a white paper that we also have freely available on our website. And what we do is we work with this company called Lightcast, and they have a software platform where they can scour all the jobs in the United States to see where BCBA or BCABA certification is required. And we publish that data each year. We update this. And as you can see from this data, it's pretty phenomenal. We always have to say, this is still correct. This is so much growth. But every year it's just blows us away how much growth there is and demand for certifications. So we're managing more than 250 certificants, and all of those who are, also in the pipeline to become certified as they work towards BACB certification. So this has really required us at the BACB to grow and kind of in ways to ensure that we're continuing to support the profession, support state licensure initiatives. So this is the BACB's org chart, and I don't necessarily expect you to kind of look through each individual box, but I thought I would just show it as a way to show kind of how much we've grown and adopted and adapted and as things have changed over the years. So we currently have 92-ish employees. I believe there's another 1 or 2 being hired right now. And all these employees are busy supporting our mission. And so this includes a full ethics department, as I mentioned before, a testing department, and a certification services department, which manages all of our inquiries, our applications, and our audits. And every year we put this visual together to summarize the data from the last year. So this is the information and data from 2023. And you can see, if you just even look at the top left-hand corner, applications processed, that in 1 year we processed over 100,000 applications. On the right-hand side, you can see we've responded to over 126,000 inquiries, 124 exams were delivered. But I will say that one of my favorite parts of this graph is the bottom left-hand corner with where it says 265 subject matter experts used and 20 subject matter expert events. And I really like this one because we are so appreciative of our subject matter experts. They're people in the profession doing the work, and we rely on a lot of their expertise and knowledge to guide, pretty much everything that we do and make sure that we're adapting appropriately to really meet the needs of our clients and our certificants. So given the volume of activity we have, we really strive for ensuring high quality review of applications as well as a really timely review. So a few years ago, we added this application processing webpage to our website. And sometimes I just put this up here just so that people know that this is out there because not everybody knows it's there. But this page is updated every day with the date of the applications we're processing to really provide more transparency and help those who are applying know how long it'll take before they hear back. So I took this screenshot yesterday, and you can see that they were processing BCBA and BCABA applications from September 10th, and September 19th was yesterday. So despite the high volume of activity, we're able to process applications in a really timely manner. So periodically, the BACB changes the requirements for obtaining and maintaining certification. So before I kind of give you a sneak peek of what's coming up for changes, I want to just talk about the process we use for those changes. So as part of the requirements to maintain our accreditation, we need to follow standards, and one of those is standard 13 panel composition. So the certification program must use panels of qualified subject matter experts to provide insight and guidance and to participate in job analyses, standard setting, and other examination development activities. So in other words, our requirements are driven by those who are practicing in the field. So here's the general process for requirements review at the BACB. So if there's maybe there's some kind of trigger. So it could either be that it's been 5 years since that requirement's been looked at, or there's potentially some big change that's happening that warrants us to say, hey, maybe we should look at this again. In that case, our CEO would present to our board of directors and ask, can we study this requirement? The board of directors, assuming they authorize it, would authorize it. And at that point, BACB staff conduct research, surveys, look at other professions, kind of gather as much information as possible in preparation of a work group meeting with SMEs. That SME work group will then put together some recommendations, and they might say, these are how we are recommending that requirements are changed. They might also say, I don't think that there's a change that's needed. Either way, that recommendation would go to our board of directors, who is functionally another group of SMEs, but they're SMEs that are voted in by our certificants. At that point, the board will review the recommendations, and if they approved it, move forward. If they decide not to approve it, it would go back to a SME group again. So the approved changes are announced in our BACB newsletter. It states the date the changes will go into effect. Usually this is a couple years out. It really kind of depends on the requirements change. So for instance, university changes do take more time than maybe some smaller changes like continuing education. And then so we'll put a newsletter out, and in that newsletter, we'll kind of describe the process that was used to get to those requirements changes. So just kind of a sneak peek of the changes that are coming for BCBA and BCABA. So in 2025, January 1, 2025, we have a updated test content outline that will go into effect. The changes aren't incredibly substantial or really big compared to what we have, but they are some nice improvements from our current test. And then in 2027, there will be new BCBA and BCABA eligibility and maintenance requirements, mainly kind of some, like the coursework requirements are the same, but they're moved around a little bit. A few minor changes to field work and continuing education. And then something else that we did when we announced all of these is we announced a change 10 years in advance. And we've actually never done that before, but it's a pretty substantial change. And so what this is that in 2032, those who are applying for BCBA certification will need to have come in from an ABAI or APBA accredited training program. And so this is a really exciting change that we have coming in the future, but we knew it would take some time to change and to get everybody on board and all the universities to change their systems, but we've already seen a lot of really fantastic growth and movement in that way. Thank you so much. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Right, thank you. Commissioner Wesson?
I got a question on, with, do y'all keep track? I know you showed in the last 10 years the number of certifications, people that applied for certifications. Do you also keep track from your members on number of patients or how much requests for treatment and to be a patient have been over the last 10 years?
The requests for services from clients?
Well, yeah, we hear, I hear stories of, some people when they have to wait 2 years because there's just not enough therapists, for the number of patients, that parents that are asking for treatment for their children. And I wondered if you had in the last 10 years, if there's an increase in requests for treatment that, y'all maybe keep track of. I might not be wording that correctly, but.
Yeah. We don't, just because our role is more around certifying the professionals. And so there's a lot of data sets that we can't, as our role as the certifying board can't access. The demand one was kind of getting closer to the approximation of like understanding what is the demand, because, we are really just the ones that we kind of have little control over who is coming in to be certified, because it really depends on who's doing, what training programs are coming in. And then, on the other end of it, we don't really have that data. It's a great point. And I wonder if maybe CASP or APBA might have that kind of information.
I have a question.
Certainly, yeah, ask them when they come.
Okay, hi, I'm Dr. Joyce Mock on the board. And I was wondering if your organization was looking at possibly doing exams on a basis. I'm a physician, and our subspecialists, we take subspecialty board exams every 10 years, or specialist board exams or so. Is that something that you have looked at for your BCBAs or your BCBADs, in addition to their continuing education requirements?
So taking the exam again is to
or a different exam, a recertifying exam.
That one, all of our requirements are guided by our SMEs. And so that one has never really been one that has come up as something that they thought was a really valuable way to maintain certification.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
This is Gordon Borland. I do have a few.
Please, Dr. Borland.
Thank you very much for the information you provided, for taking time to be here. I know you guys are very busy. Just have to look at how many applications you process. But I do have several questions. And part of the basis, I guess, for some of my questions is looking at the BCBA handbook. Would that be the authoritative source for information?
Yes, the handbook.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm curious, I have more.
That is great.
Have the BCBA certification requirements or what changes have occurred in them since not 1922 or 2022?
Sorry, say that. Which year again?
Since 2022.
Since 2022, no changes have. There's been some minor changes. So for instance,
Okay.
One that I actually was meaning to mention was there was a change. So currently we have an ability for multiple certifications where you could have hold a BCABA and a BCBA certification at the same time. But we did change that one so that as of January 1, people aren't able to hold more than one certification. So that's an example of like kind of more minor changes, but no substantial changes have occurred since 2022.
Okay, thank you. So then conclusions drawn based on the 2022 version of the BCBA handbook would still be relevant. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell us again, what are the requirements, educational requirements for being a BCBA, please? I may have missed that.
Yeah. For BCBA. So currently we have 4 pathways for certification, 2 of which are not incredibly used very much are pathway 3 and 4, which allows for faculty teaching and research and then postdoctoral training. The most people come in through pathway 1 and 2. And so pathway 1 requires that you have a accredited degree from an ABAI accredited training program and that you've received functionally 2,000 hours of field work. And then you can apply for the exam. So that's pathway 1. Pathway 2 is that you need a graduate degree, a master's degree, coursework, I think 315 hours of courses in behavior analysis, and then again, 2,000 hours of field work.
So the training that's required is provided by whom? What kind of who are the providers?
For the university training?
Okay, so I guess that partially answers my question. So the providers of the required coursework must be universities? Is that
Right. Yeah, good question. So yeah, so they will need to complete university coursework, and then the field work is usually kind of at a site where they are providing services.
Okay, so the course, I think it's pathway 1, please correct me if I'm wrong. So that requires now completion of a degree, a master's degree in behavior analysis from an accredited program, either APBAs or ABAIs, or
Correct.
from one of the recognized programs per the ABAI's tiered model, I believe.
Right.
Is that right?
Right.
Tier 1, 2A, or 2B, is that correct?
Correct.
So what's the point of that? Of having that requirement?
The recognition of the tiered ones, or?
Of requiring the training to be provided by university programs with those kind of credentialing from ABAI, or from ABA organizations.
Right. So ABAI and just recently APBA, they are the ones that are they set their own requirements about what are the accreditation requirements for programs. And so they are able to put more requirements in place and do more site visits, have more requirements around faculty, and put in place some quality metrics, outcome metrics. And so that's really where we are wanting to move to, which is having it be an accredited degree, because currently under pathway 2, where a lot of people are able to come in, they just need to complete their master's degree. It could be in any area, and then verified coursework. So that coursework, kind of our requirement is that it covers certain content areas. It doesn't necessarily say, is there a quality metric to it, because it's really just looking for content areas. So ABAI currently manages the course sequence system to look for that information. But really what what pathway 1 and our future is going to is much more similar to other professions where, they complete a accredited degree and that degree is accredited by like this, APA or something. And then that would be one of the qualifiers. So in this 2032 vision is really getting us much more similar to other professions.
I understand. Thank you. Of course, we're talking about the current standards.
Yeah.
But I understand it sounds like there's aspirational components. So thank you. Can you tell me if there are if the BACB credential or BCBA is designed to work with people with any particular diagnosis or client group?
Yeah, that's a great question. So no, our certification is not population specific. It is a certification in applied behavior analysis.
So is it for autism treatment?
That is one area in which, applied behavior analysis is commonly used. Yeah.
But is it designed, are the certification requirements intended specifically for people working with autistic persons?
No, they are not. And I think that's a little bit more common. And if you look at other professions, it's not as common that like you get a license or certification around a specific population. It's really around kind of the methodology and the scientific approach.
Okay, thank you. Is it designed specifically for children?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. So I want to talk a little bit about the required courses. So did I understand you and the handbook correctly to saying that there are the 315 hours of required coursework in behavior analysis? Did I understand correctly?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. How many of those hours are required to be in autism services?
You know,
Required is my question.
Sorry, say that again.
I'm sorry.
None of them are required to be
Okay, so the 315
autism.
hours of required coursework are specifically in behavior analysis per se. Is that correct? Or in the field of behavior analysis? I'm reading topics like ethics and case enforcement, professionalism, philosophical underpinnings, concepts, programs, and so on. So that's what I was trying to understand. Okay. So the examination, the BCBA examination has how many questions?
That is a great question.
That's 170.
I don't remember that off the top of my
I'm looking at the handbook. It says 175.
Okay, good.
Okay. How many of those are required to be specifically for working with any particular population?
Again, they are all population neutral because they're certifications in behavior analysis.
Okay, thank you. So my understanding there's the examination is 185 questions with 10 not scored, which is standard procedure. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the length of time for the examination is, I read 4 hours. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The supervised field work. So let me make sure I'm understanding correct. There are 2 possible sets of criteria to be met regarding supervised field work. Sounds like there's the one that a lot of the coursework, the requirement that apparently a lot of people take, which is 2,000 hours of supervised field work. And then there's what's called the concentrated path, if you will, for 1,500 hours. The former requires supervision 5% of the time, and then the concentrated is 10% of the time. Am I reading this correctly?
You were, yeah.
Okay, thank you. What's the largest size group for group supervision under the BCBA requirements?
Up to 10, I believe they can have.
Up to 10. Okay. And how much direct client content is how much required client contact is there for the BCBA supervision requirements?
It all depends on the types of activities that they're doing. So, as they're working towards BCBA certification, a lot of the tasks of a BCBA are, not just kind of providing services directly to a client. It is also conducting assessments and meeting with family and observing other people that are working with the clients.
Yes,
so we do have some requirements about kind of what we call restricted and unrestricted hours.
That was my understanding. Thank you. So our BCBA, potential BCBAs who are doing supervised field work, are they required to have direct contact with clients?
Yes.
Okay. How often are they required to have contact with clients? What's the minimum?
All of it is around the idea that this is client interactions. So, it kind of just depends on the types of activity that they're doing. And
okay. Let me ask this. What's the supervisory period?
1 month.
Okay. Are they required to have be observed in individual contact during each supervisory period?
Yes, so the supervisor is required to observe them, providing services each month.
Working with the client.
Right.
Okay, and I understand they have all these other requirements that are part of doing behavior analysis, of course. So the BCBA has a ethics requirement for behavior analysts, is that right? An ethics handbook?
Correct. The ethics code?
Pardon me?
Yes, the ethics code.
Kind okay. I looked at it, it looked to me like it was 19 pages, the actual standards, in kind of medium type, double columns. Does that sound like there's a lot there? I counted 85 different standards. Does that sound correct?
That sounds about right.
Okay, thank you. Does the BACB provide reciprocity for certification by people who hold the QBA certificate?
No.
Does not. Okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions, and you'll have to forgive me. I'm not as knowledgeable in the specifics, but I'm looking at it from what I noted earlier in my, as a representative of the department who's tasked with carrying out this statute. I noted in my opening comments what the requirements were for us to issue a license. And one of them involved, definition of the certifying entity. The other one focused on the standards for education and for examination. And I heard a few things that I want to make sure I understood correctly. And for this, I know you said there are a few different ones for your organization, the doctoral, et cetera. I'm going to focus on the behavior analyst. Okay. And so did I hear you correctly that for certification from your organization, there are two ways to obtain that? And then,
So there are,
this is what I think I heard. So help me out. I'm sorry. I thought I heard 315 hours of study and 2,000 hours of coursework. Is that across for both, or can you help me out with what the education standard is?
yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So there are 4 pathways. So pathway 3 and 4, which I'm not going to spend too much time talking about because they really, there's not a lot of people coming in, so they're probably not representative of the majority of people that are certified. So in pathway 2, which is I think what the one you were talking about, so there needs to be they have a master's. The master's degree can be in any area. It needs to come from, an accredited university and meet certain, requirements in that sense. But then there needs to be 315 hours of graduate coursework. And so this coursework is really focused on applied behavior analysis, ethics, that includes ethics, concepts and principles, applications, assessments. And then they also need to do 200 hours of field work. And so this field work is supervised by a BCBA. And that BCBA also has to meet certain criteria, including kind of knowledge and guidance about how to supervise. And so a lot of times that field work, and most times that's happening in ABA service organizations. They're getting a lot of their hours as they are also probably employed there as a trainee.
Okay, so a master's degree. So I have a master's in public affairs, to take me for an example.
Right.
And if I decided I wanted to make a career change and get into behavior analysis, and I'm in Texas, I need a license from TDOR. And so the law tells me if I have a certification from the Behavior Analyst Certification Board or an equivalent certifying entity. So if I have yours, that means I've got my master's, I've done 315 hours of graduate coursework. So obviously that presumes I've got to apply to the graduate school and get accepted for that 315 hours. And then is part of that graduate school program at the university I'm attending include the 200 hours of field work? And that's part of it, or that's going to be something I do separately before I come to you for certification?
It
Or
depends
is
on the
that not?
program.
Okay.
So some programs have it set up that, if you came to their program, you could even kind of meet several of the components of the same place. So you might get your master's degree, also get all of that 315 hours of coursework. And then also they might have some affiliated practicum sites where you
Okay.
could get those 2,000 hours. But that doesn't necessarily, it doesn't have to be affiliated with a university.
Okay. And then on the test requirement and exam, the test is 185 questions. And you have to do it in 4 hours.
Correct.
I'm just trying to establish what, from the department's point of view, to look at when we're looking at this statute.
Right.
Can you explain to me, and I know many in the room, I hope will not feel this is too basic, but just as an outsider regulator understanding, can you talk about the difference between behavior analysis and, I guess just for me, for other comparisons, we don't license this, but I guess psychology and then autism services? What are those all kind of under one thing, or can you just touch, and then anyone else following, please, that wants to?
That is a really good question. I will try to do justice to this. So applied behavior analysis is a scientific approach that, it can sometimes be within the world of psychology. So you can also see kind of psychologists that have a behavior analytic perspective. But what's happened is that, the behavior analysis itself as a profession is very young and new, and it's started, with B.F. Skinner. And so that is really kind of the scientific approach to just human behavior. And a lot of our practitioners are working in applying that science with those with an autism diagnosis, because that has been found to be an incredibly effective method for helping, those with an autism diagnosis. So, there's kind of the science behind it and the kind of conceptual approach. And then there's also who then, like, I've also got my background in organizational behavior management. So it's behavior analysis applied in organizations. So it can really apply to a lot of different populations, people with dementia or, aging population, schools. So the science can be applied in a lot of different areas.
Thank you. That is very helpful. I appreciate it.
Actually, I have some more questions. I couldn't read all my scratching. Apologize. Could you talk to us about the requirements to be a supervisor of that supervised field work, please?
Yeah, so you have to be a BCBA.
Excuse me, let me hear. You must be a BCBA.
Yes, for the most part.
That's good.
Okay. There are some, like universities, there is some abilities for you to, if you're at a verified course sequence, but you don't have a certification, you could utilize that. But primarily, you need to be a BCBA. There is also a caveat that those that just became certified as a BCBA, if they wanted to become certified and turn around and then supervise other people doing their field work, we require that they have a consulting supervisor overseeing their work, because, they just became a BCBA, and really, the SMEs wanted to ensure that, they had really good guidance as they were then guiding the next generation.
I'm looking at the handbook and everything you say certainly lines up with that. I see also that there's a provision for approved supervisor to be a licensed or registered psychologist certified by the American Board of Professional Psychology in behavioral and cognitive psychology, who has tested and applied behavior analysis But this will no longer be a qualification. It's January 1, 2026. So that's a possibility also.
It
That would
is,
be someone
there's
who might not be a
probably about,
BCBA.
yeah, there's probably about 20 people in the US that fit that criteria. So yes, it is definitely an avenue.
Okay, and what training is required to be a supervisor according to the BACB? If any.
So, yeah, so in addition to them needing to have a BCBA, they also need to have taken an 8-hour training in supervision. Again, you know, we understand the importance of that kind of mentorship role and the supervision role. They also need to have continuing education in supervision. They also, as you mentioned, the ethics code is pretty substantial. And so as part of that ethics code, if they are a supervisor, there is also a portion of the ethics code that's related to kind of their obligations as a supervisor.
Good, thank you. So there, in order to be a supervisor of latent BCBAs, that person must be a BCBA, or if they're new BCBA, they must have, for less than a year, then they must have ongoing consultation by another consulting supervisor.
Right.
And, or one of these rare people that have the licensed psychologists who meet the other criteria mentioned. And they must complete the 8-hour training and then have ongoing continuing education in the area of supervision specifically.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. That training, is it just show up and sleep through the meeting kind of training?
So that needs to be provided by what is in our system as authorized continuing education providers. And so to be a continuing education provider, you do need to meet certain requirements around what that continuing education looks like. And so that kind of gets grouped into the same category. So they have requirements.
Is there any requirement that people show they stayed awake during the meeting, during the training? I mean, we've all been to long meetings and 8 hours worth. And so I'm wondering, do they have to demonstrate some kind of performance measure to be considered adequately trained?
They need to have some kind of checks that the person is engaged. Yeah.
Well, as a regulator of over 11 years, I've had experience with many organizations, and there are many trainings required, and I certainly hope, I know it's a bit lighthearted, but I hope that no one, I am not aware of any training where anyone allows anyone to sleep through it. And I think that everyone we deal with is professional.
I'm sure that was being facetious.
I understand. I just want to make sure that we're.
Though I have been.
I just want to make sure we're.
I have been tempted. So, but not in the supervisory training through the BACB, of course, I want to be clear. Okay, so there are general continuing education requirements for all certificates of all BCBAs, is that correct? What is it? What are they?
Yes. Correct. There are continuing education requirements.
She didn't understand.
What are they?
Oh, sorry. So for BCBAs, sorry, I got water. So BCBAs need 32 hours of continuing education every 2 years. And so that as part of that, they need ethics CEUs. And then if they are supervising, they would also need supervision CEUs.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm finished now.
I have one that it sparked, and then, excuse me. I'm going back, and again, I'm focusing on education and exam. So if I understand what you said, we've got the master's degree, the 315 hours of graduate coursework, the 200 hours of field work, and the
1,000.
Oh, excuse me, I keep 2,000 hours of field work, and then the exam. Were those the requirements I'm going to use 2017, that's when the law became effective in Texas. Were those the same requirements in 2017?
No, there was a change to the requirements in 2022.
Okay, can you tell me what that change was?
You guys are testing my historical
Sorry.
knowledge here.
Just in comparison with the sort of big pieces, I guess, I've outlined.
I believe it was 270 hours of coursework. At that time, there was still a master's degree, and fieldwork was 1,500 hours.
Okay, so we had the masters, instead of, what did you say? I'm sorry.
270 graduate level behavior analytic coursework hours.
And now it's 315, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so that was 270, and then
1,500 fieldwork hours.
Fieldwork, supervised.
and that's now the 2,000. Okay, right? All right, and that change happened, I'm sorry, in 22.
2022, yes.
So in 2017, when this law passed, it was the master's 270 hours of graduate coursework and 1,500 hours of the field work supervised. And then in 2022, it came to the current.
Correct.
Last question from me. The exam, the 185 questions, was that 185 questions in 2017?
That also did change in 2022.
Okay.
The test content, currently it's called the task list. We've changed it to the test content outline. So that changed. And I'm sorry, I can't remember the exact numbers for what it was before.
Okay, I may ask you we can find that later. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
This was just a kind of a quick follow-up on one of Dr. Barland's questions on reciprocity. He asked for a specific deal. Do y'all have reciprocity with any group?
No.
Right.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Katie Bryce has a question.
This is Katie Bryce, and I know we've been focusing on the master's level, but could you also talk about the education requirements for the assistant? Because I think we'd like to also hear about those educational requirements.
Yeah, I am happy to. So BC ABA requires that you have a bachelor's degree. And I mentioned for BCBA, there's 4 pathways. BCABA, there are 2 pathways. Pathway 1 is you could get go to an accredited program from ABAI for their bachelor's level and do the 1,300 hours of field work. Pathway 2 is that you would need a bachelor's degree and through 225 hours of undergraduate level behavior analytic coursework, and then the 1,300 hours of field work.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thanks. Next, we will hear, and I had called out earlier when I was asking who was here. We do have Bernice de la Cruz here from the Texas Association for Behavior Analysis. And I don't think you were here earlier, so welcome. All right, next, I'm going to call the Qualified Applied Behavior Analysis Credentialing Board. We have Dr. Sheena Paihoda, and we have Andrew Patterson, and Larry Gonzalez. And I would invite you all to come up and share your presentations.
Warren's going to open up her PowerPoint for you.
Okay.
Sheena can start with it.
Sure.
I'll start. Okay.
Okay. Please. Thanks.
My name is Larry Gonzalez. And while she gets the video ready, let me tell you how torn I am. I'm torn between reading what I wrote and out of respect to my dear friend, Steve Bruno, and my new friend, Dr. Wesson, and Courtney, who's new here, pulling back. On a scale of 1 to I'm really, really, really mad at the arrogance in this room right now. I was gonna give it to them. Edited, marked up, not gonna go through all my talking points. But after that dog and pony show, I'm back to 10. If you can play the video for me. The video in context, this is me in 2017.
Right. It has been. Transparency is a big one. You know, we've looked at a lot of state agencies whose boards have, in our opinion, overreached their authority. If someone were to ask me what my takeaway was from being Sunset Chair for all this time last year, I will tell you we have a systemic problem in Texas with our state agency boards running amok. They are overreaching and they are promulgating rules as if they are statutes, and they are not legislators. And so the individual agencies have really abused the rulemaking authority that we've asked them to do. So we've had to rein a lot of that back in, because at the end of the day, Josh, we, the elected officials, are accountable. The state agencies, they are not elected, they're not accountable. The accountability should be on us. We should be the one making those types of decisions, because the voters can see what we do and vote yes or no. You don't have that as a voter over the appointed boards of these agencies.
Chairman, thank you so much for talking with us.
Now, in context, that was me in 2017 as chairman of Sunset, discussing what we discovered was some state agencies that had taken rulemaking to an extreme. As chairman of Sunset, I wiped the dental board. As chairman of Sunset, I wiped the nursing board with Governor Abbott's approval. I tried to wipe the veterinarian board, but guess what? The majority quit before I filed my bill. So that's me in 2017. And those comments now are not meant for my friends at TDR. Those comments are relevant to the advisory board. And I want to make that very clear to you who just got here. And Steve, man, you're following the law. I get it. You're seeing the law. You understand it. Dr. Wesson, you know the personal side. So let me just say a couple things here. I'm not sure how much of this I get to or not because I want my friends to talk. Again, my name is Larry Gonzalez. I served in the Texas House from 2011 to 2018. I wrote this legislation. This is my language. This is my bill. I'm here to tell you the context of it, the intent of it. So you knew what we meant the rulemaking to be. Because sometimes rulemaking process, that gets lost. As the author, I'm telling you what we meant. I'm here today to publicly address how the Behavior Analysts Advisory Board in 7 years has not correctly implemented Senate Bill 589 from 2017 as it was contemplated, debated, and passed by the Texas legislature and signed by Governor Abbott. To Dr. Boylan's question earlier about this bill being an autism bill, it was an autism bill. The intent is an autism bill. Read all the testimony, watch all the conversations, listen to us for months as we work through this. Why is it autism bill? For my kid, for Ron Simmons's kid, for Bennett Ratliff's kid. These are all my colleagues in the House floor. It was an autism bill. One of my main reasons as Chairman Gonzalez was to help the autism community in every way possible. Why? Because my son has autism, and I know the daily struggles he suffers through. It was my mission as a legislator to make his life and every life just like his easier. My goal is to help make these kids productive, contributing members of society. For years, every bill that dealt with autism had my name on it. Molly, I want to thank you because you did reference my other bill, which was insurance mandate, mine. In 2017, I authored House Bill 26. We later passed its companion to Bill 589. The bill licensed behavior analysts in Texas. It passed overwhelmingly the House and the Senate, and the governor signed it. Why is it necessary? Because Medicaid would not reimburse these services. If you were rich and you had money, congratulations, your kid got that service. Thanks to my bill, if you had insurance, your kid got that service. We're targeting the most vulnerable population in Texas of children on Medicaid. That's the intent. And I say that as the bill author, not as someone who's going back and rereading something. The most vulnerable population didn't have access. That's what we're trying to do. Over the last 7 years, the advisory board still hasn't implemented the bill to its fullest. As one lawmaker told me, in a time when we need more therapists, why is the advisory board making it more difficult to get licensed? I was assured that we would have this discussion during the interim. Representative Stephanie Click, Chairman Click, Public Health, had agreed to make this an interim study. And we were going to have this entire conversation, my home turf in the Capitol. The problem is she lost her primary election. And so Public Health, they haven't met. So we weren't able to have this entire conversation over there. One item in the House that we were going to talk about is how the board has created a vendor bill in Texas. As you know, the legislature does not create vendor bills. As chairman of the guy who appropriated 42 state agencies, including this one, if anybody brought me a rider or an amendment, they had to also bring a list of vendors who would qualify to fulfill that service. We don't do vendor bills. As of today, the board has created a vendor bill where one didn't exist, as passed by us and signed by Governor Abbott. But they've done it through rulemaking. Through rulemaking, what's happened is there's one. Not the intent of the legislature. Rulemaking involves a tremendous amount of trust between the legislature and the state agencies. You guys know this. It's a tremendous amount of trust that we put into the agencies. It should be a partnership. It should be collaborative. It should be cooperative in nature. That's how we're set up in Texas. We only meet 5 months every 2 years, so we need you guys to come in behind us and implement what we had envisioned it be. Let's discuss equivalence. Boy, did we hash out some numbers just now. For a long time. Let's discuss equivalence. I come from the world of higher education as an assistant vice chancellor for a major university system. We have something called SACS. SACS is the accrediting institution for all degree programs in the country. So think of it this way. When SACS looks at the electrical engineering programs at Texas Tech, Texas A&M, and the University of Texas, they do not compare the exact number of questions on every quiz across every university. They do not check the minimum word requirements for essay exams each program requires. They do not compare each lab assignment across the universities. And I added this one just now. They do not compare the time it takes to complete an exam. SAC simply establishes a standard for what it means to earn an electrical engineering degree in Texas. And if you meet that standard, you can give out a degree. But they are not into the hour by hour of how that's earned. This is what ANSI does. ANSI establishes that minimum requirement. ANSI says who's allowed to license and not. That's why they're in the bill. As the author, we added ANSI because we know that they set that standard. So we said, you know what? We understand there's going to be a lot of questions about numbers of hours and numbers of tests and all these different things. So you know what? To get around all that, let's go to an entity that establishes that standard. And we will have them do their job as they do all over this country. And by the way, several state agencies use ANSI certification to do it. So, Mr. Bruno, I love that you lean on the law as much as you do. And I love that you see the statute, and you and I have had this conversation, digging into every word of what we wrote. I appreciate that. I do.
Thank you.
Because that's your job. And you've done your job. You've done your job very, very well. So what happens next? I need to change the law. Because what we wanted is not being done. What we envisioned is not what's happening. So clearly, we need to come back and change the statute to better reflect the intent from 2017. I have some friends still. I've got someone lined up to file that for the 89th legislative session. And it'll pass. The question is, are we going to codify agency rule in the 89th legislative session? Or are we doing this all over again? I apologize, I stepped out for a second. I have a lot of friends of mine very interested in what's happening. And one of them called me during that line of questioning, shocked at what they were hearing. So of course I stepped out to take that call. It's been 7 years. And I love, Ms. Arbor, that you're here. I love that it's fresh eyes, a fresh view, a new perspective, coming in without any preconceived ideas in the last 7 years and what's happened, that you can come in here and look at this afresh and say, what are we going to do? I want TDLR to be a part of that fix in the 89th legislative session. I'm going to leave that. I have a lot more, but I want my colleagues to testify.
All right, and I hope that everyone will recognize this is an open forum where no one's been told what questions you can or cannot ask. I will continue to ask everyone to remain professional and let's have a discussion. And I'll go back to some of my opening comments about what the law laid out, and I thank you for your comments. And as a regulator, we're looking to follow the law, to do our job there. And the things that jump out for me are those 5 criteria that are needed if as Deputy Director of Licensing Service, I'm over the Division of Licensing, and the Director of Licensing has joined us for this important conversation. You know, when we look at applications that come in the door from any program, we want to make sure that we're going to issue a license to a qualified applicant and follow the law. And that's what we're here to do. And I appreciate everyone being here for the discussion. Let's get back to and I know there are a lot of different groups, and I know you all probably are very familiar with the names, and I am too, but I'm very careful when I read each one of them. I want to return to the Qualified Applied Behavior Analysis Credentialing Board to talk to us about the equivalency question and share your presentation.
Awesome. Well, I'll have it up here. I'm Dr. Sheena Payota. I am a qualified behavior analyst. I am also a board certified behavior analyst and a licensed behavior analyst. So the QABA board was established in 2012 to meet the growing need for more credentials and professionals in the field of applied behavior analysis. We are trained in all aspects of ABA qualification, in addition to autism-related disorders. As the other board, we offer a 3-tier credentialing model. So one of the main providers that we service, and I'm also, just for context, a military spouse, so TRICARE is near and dear to my heart. We've worked with TRICARE coverage, TRICARE being currently accepting our ABAT as well as, which are lower level, as well as our mid-tier. We started in 2001. We met with them when it was the FO program. We were put into what they call the TOM, which is their standard operating procedure. Through the Autism Demonstration Act, we were able to service military families and really quickly increase the provider access across multiple areas that service children with autism. If you guys are familiar with military families, average military moves every 2 years. Here in Texas right now, at your base near Killeen, there are wait lists of over a year for children because there is a lack of providers. I know one clinic that has 3 QSPSs who cannot work in this state because of how this law is. When this law was put into place, I personally had to make a phone call to families, children, parents, and service providers that they could not work anymore because the way that TRICARE saw it was that the law superseded even if they accepted our credential. So because they could not get licensed here, they were without a job overnight. I don't know if you know what that feels like to call a mom who's like, my son just learned how to say mommy, right? I take that for granted as a mom of a child that does not have a disorder. Well, 2 children really. But to make that phone call and hear her cry and say, what do I do? And I don't have the answer for you. That is something that 7 years ago, I had to deal with personally. I had to make those phone calls to these families. I had to call these military spouses who are my fellow colleagues, who are my fellow village, and say, I am so sorry. I was paying you a salary. We can't do that anymore. You have to go back to being a behavior technician. Something they had worked for, I took away. We take enough away, we take away their spouses. Some of their spouses are gone. Do you know the mental experience that that put them through? So when we talk about access to care, this is what it's about. It's about increasing access to care for all children, but specifically when we look at TRICARE, for children with autism, children who are moving around, military children who already struggle. A family can come here for 2 years. They could come with a 3-year-old. By the time they're 5, if they don't get services, they're on to the next phase. And guess what? They're on another wait list. So, it's huge, and it's a priority to make sure that we are changing that. It's a priority to make sure that those that are servicing our country, we are making sure that we are servicing their families. So I think I kind of just briefly went over that. The 3-tiered model is the Applied Behavior Analysis Technician, which is the high school diploma level, the Qualified Autism Service Practitioner Supervisor, QASPS, which is the bachelor's level, and then the Qualified Behavior Analyst, QBA for short, which is the master's level. So in the ABAT, and I will briefly go, would you guys like a full explanation of these, or do you want me to?
It's your presentation.
Okay. Andy, do you want me to go through all of them, or just kind of?
Skip because this is.
Okay, so we'll skip this one. It's just it is the one who directly implements the programs working one-to-one. So the Qualified Autism Service Practitioner, which is a QASPS, which was a majority of the people that, again, when this bill was put in, or this licensure was put into play, lost their jobs overnight. They require a minimum of a bachelor's degree or higher from an accredited university, must have completed 188 hours of approved coursework, 1,000 hours of fieldwork supervision, recommendation from a supervisor, criminal background check, which is pretty standard, successfully passing our exam proctored by our independent party, agreed to our code of ethics and renewal requirements. Final review of all eligibility and criteria is met by the QAP board before they're formally credentialed. They are also placed on a public registry, and they are set up for renewal every 2 years. So these are the general, we go back, sorry.
Sorry.
Go forward, sorry.
Forward. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm actually gonna go over here because this is just a side-by-side to show you guys. So the current standards, because that's what you guys are, the law was put into place in 2017. You guys accepted this. You accepted the standards at that time. These were the BACB standards. I believe that Dr. Collins had spoke to them. These are our standards as they sit and are constantly, obviously being evaluated. So for the QSPS, which is also known as the Assistant Behavior Analyst, the Assistant Licensed Analyst, the purpose of certification is to certify professionals of assistant behavior analysts focusing on competency-based standards and behavior analytic interventions. They are required to have a bachelor's degree, the 188 hours of approved course, including 15 hours in autism, and the 8-hour supervision course. The biggest difference is we work with a population. TRICARE specifically requires an autism diagnosis to receive ABA services. We need to know the population that we are servicing. You need to understand how they function, what other comorbidities can play into this, right? If you don't understand a child with autism, that it is imperative that they have consistency and continuity in care, you might not treat them right. One of the other things that I do want to speak to, I'm not sure it's going to be on here, is we added CEUs in trauma-informed care. Any of you that went through COVID, that is a trauma. The way we teach social skills to kids today is different than how we taught it pre-COVID. We are focusing on making sure that we are giving the highest quality services and always evolving to identify what this population needs. So not only do we ensure that our practitioners know and have a base knowledge of autism, we also make sure that they know that there is a trauma-informed approach. If you have a child who has been molested or assaulted, and you use the basic principle of ABA, hand over hand, that is recreating the trauma. You need to know. It is our job as practitioners to know that I cannot place my hands on a child to guide them if they have been through that trauma. It is imperative that we know these things. Also, I just want to point out that we are at 180 hours of approved coursework, including 15 hours autism. In 2017, the education requirements for the BC ABA was 180 hours. That is what you guys approved into law. We are at 1,000 hours of fieldwork supervision. When this went into law, they were at 1,000 hours of fieldwork supervision with no more than 50% restricted, and unrestricted being unrestricted working directly with the restricted working with client, unrestricted without. The supervision requirements for us are every 30 days, starting January 2024 for 5% of the total hours worked. So our supervision period falls within a month. And we limit to 5%. There's at least one supervisor contact every 2 weeks.
Can I ask you to stop and go back over a couple of the numbers? I got bachelor's degree, 180 hours of coursework.
188.
188 hours of coursework plus 15 hours in autism?
So
Or that's
it
part of the
includes, it
180?
is included
Okay,
in that
that
there's
includes,
15
okay.
hours of autism-specific knowledge.
Okay.
And then you have an 8-hour supervision coursework that you take to be a
Okay.
supervisor.
Okay. And that was the requirement in 2017?
That was a requirement in
And
2017.
it's the requirement today?
It's a requirement today.
Okay. Sorry, thank you.
No,
Please,
you're
please
good.
continue.
Sorry. When we talk about supervision, we do not allow more than 50% supervision hours in a group setting. The onset of supervision must begin after their first qualified coursework has started as a supervisor. One of the reasons for that, just so I can explain, is if you're getting a bachelor's degree, if you are not starting the coursework, we want to make sure that you are understanding what you're implementing, right? It's not good to just have a degree if you can't apply it. It's meaningless. The importance of our credential also is that these persons are able to apply the knowledge. It's great if you can test well, but if you can't serve as a kid, what's the point of your certification? Let's see. So the indirect versus direct. 40% of field work hours must be direct and 60% must be indirect. Indirect being training, data analysis, creating reports, the direct being working directly with a client, knowing again that you can apply these skills, that you're taking the knowledge and you're actually making sure that you're applying it in the correct way under the guidance supervision. Supervisor requirements, supervisors must be provided by a QBA, a certified behavior analyst from a accredited certifying body, a licensed psychologist with ABA in their scope of practice. Experience duration, oh, sorry, no, you're good. For that tier, we do require that you complete it within 7 years. The minimum maximum hours of accrual are 20 hours minimum, 140 hours maximum of experience per month, as well as, and again, these are in line, ours are actually currently higher than it was for the BACB in 2017. Our ethical requirements are supervisees and supervisors and applicants must adhere to the QABA Code of Ethics. So again, just another side-by-side of where it was in 2017 and where we are now. You must possess a bachelor's degree from an accredited university of a higher education, agree to a code of ethics, and pass a background check. A majority of the universities are the same exact ones that we, the BACB and the QBA have accreditation and work with. For the QSPS, you must agree to a code of ethics and, oh, sorry, those two are the same. We require 1,000 hours of supervised field work. We require, oh, so this is pretty much going over what I went over. Upon renewal, we have the 20 CEUs every 2 years. Two of the CEUs are in ethics, 2 are in trauma-informed care beyond the first cycle. One of the things I do want to notate, I'm sorry, I apologize, is we sought ANSI accreditation because of the remote proctoring. When COVID hit this world and the world shut down, that didn't mean that you didn't need ABA anymore. That didn't mean that your child didn't have autism or other diagnosis. So what happened, right? Well, we kept certifying people. We kept going. We kept making sure that the field who needed these practitioners were able to receive them, not only at the master's level, the bachelor's level, the technician level. So I think that's something that's really imperative to note, right? We were prepared before we even knew that we were prepared. So the QABA, QSP competency standards, 1 is the autism core knowledge, 2, legal, ethical, and professional considerations, 3, core principles of ABA, 4, antecedent interventions, 5, skill acquisition programming, 6, behavior reduction interventions, 7, data collection and analysis, 8, assessment, and 9, training and supervision. So this is a task analysis of the specifications, just the number of items and the percentage of questions. I know you had asked in regards to what percentage of most of the test questions for the other levels. It is 5% of our total test questions are autism specific.
Oh, how many questions are there? Do you know?
I have it on my notes. I don't know off the top of my head, so I can.
Okay, sorry.
Nope, you're good. We'll just roll with punches. So this is what a competency worksheet looks like. We evaluate the required hours, the provider, coursework name and number, hours completed, and then our approval. So we look over each individual one of these because we want to make sure that there's that quality there. So this is the master's level, the QBA, Qualified Behavioral Analysis Certification. You must possess a master's degree or higher degree from an accredited university of higher education. You must complete 270 hours of approved coursework or 18 semester credit units, including 20 hours of supervised training coursework, 1,500 hours of supervised field work with a minimum of 900 indirect hours in the role of a supervisor or program developer. Recommendation by one of your evaluators or supervisors, pass a criminal background check, successfully pass our exam proctored by your independent party, and agree to the QABA Code of Ethics as well as renewal requirements. All eligible criteria will be reviewed by the QABA board before formal credentialing, and you are placed in a public registry and you are renewed every 2 years. The experience standard, again, side by side when this was passed into law, where you currently sit, where we sit now, for the Qualified Applied Behavior Analysis, Credential Board, the QBA. It is a master's degree in behavior analysis or related field, 270 hours of approved coursework, which was the same in 2017, 1,500 hours of supervised independent field work, same in 2017, supervised independent field work, same as 2017, 5% of total hours supervised, same as 2017. Who can be a supervisor? We allow for other QBAs, certified behavior analysts from accredited certifying bodies, or licensed behavior analysts, must complete 8-hour supervision and must be in good standing and licensed through the supervision period. The supervision format, we allow for 50% max of small group. Onset of experience and hours they start after their first day of one of their QABA coursework. Documentation supervision log must be completed every month using the monthly verification fieldwork. A final verification fieldwork is sent in. They are to maintain those for the duration and 7 years. No more than 40% of hours spent on restricted activities, and certificates renew every 2 years with 32 CEUs. Also at this level, and I apologize, this wasn't updated, we do require the trauma-informed care CEU as well as the comorbidities. So again, just kind of repeating what we have here, just a visual side by side of what it is. They did include here the diagnosis. Again, just an overall task analysis, 5% being the component of autism spectrum disorder. And when I sit down, I will give you the numbers to that.
Okay.
Competencies, again, standard 1, autism core knowledge, 2, legal, ethical, and professional consideration, 3, core principles of ABA, 4, antecedent interventions, 5, skill acquisition programming, 6, behavior reduction interventions, 7, data collection analysis, 8, assessment, 9, training and supervision. Again, just general competency worksheet that we work over, look, review, and sign off on. Pre-approved coursework. So we establish and predetermine the qualifications for existing core providers through colleges, universities, service providers, or online training companies. We do not use a third party for vetting companies such as ABAI, but review all applications directly. The fact that we keep in-house and directly is a quality control thing. We can make sure that we are reviewing for our standards and not allowing for it to be skewed. QABA is partnered with prestigious international organizations, the Association, as well as the Association for Behavior Analysis International. How we approve coursework providers. Providers apply for the QABA coursework approval. Then these applications are vetted by the QABA. QABA reviews and approves providers that meet educational professional criteria. Providers offer ABA coursework in various formats aligned with QABA guidelines. Providers must maintain the QABA standards and undergo regular review. Completed coursework prepares for students for the QABA certification and providing student feedback to continuously improve their offerings. QABA registry is available on the QABA website. It allows consumers to verify the credentials of certificates, ensuring that they are working with qualified professionals, behavior analysts, providing transparency in the field by public listing approved coursework providers and certificate, fostering a trust between the client and service providers, helping maintain a high standard by allowing clients to check in their service providers meet the criteria set by the QABA, ensuring quality and consistency in services, and supporting accountability and making it easier to report back on issues and or concerns with certificates promoting ethical practices in the profession. One thing I want to speak to that is there are a lot of, we call them technicians, right? They might be an ABAT or they might be an RBT. Some states unfortunately don't require certification, or some insurances don't. With our certification, if you have an ethical complaint against an ABAT, We do an investigation on that, and if they lose their certification, it is put on there. The other part is there's an actual investigation. They are tied to own their own credential. The RBT is tied to a supervisor who is responsible for that and may not fully be prosecuted. There is a method to actually reporting, and you can call us in and say, hey, this is what's going on. What do I need to do? I have personally in my company had multiple people who committed fraud. When reporting to certain agencies, there's not a response on it. It's the fault of the supervisor. I want to make sure that a person is not going into a child's home that lost their certification. I want to make sure that somebody didn't have to get certified here and they get certified here, but gets to go work in the state of Texas and is not going to compromise the vulnerable population that we service. It is not a joke. The kids the population we service, these kids and these families are vulnerable. People can easily take advantage of them. It is our job to protect them. It is our job to stand up and say, we are not going to allow this to happen. You know, I can personally tell you the work that we are doing is changing lives. You know, I shared a story. We had a client, and in one of the states that I service, we got one of the siblings. There was 3 of them. We didn't have enough providers because there is a barrier with licensure currently. And so we were servicing one. His younger brother, he opened the gate to the pool, and at 3 a.m. his brother got out and he drowned. And the first phone call that family made beyond 911 was to my practitioners, was to say, what do we do? Because his older brother is asking, where is brother? Where is brother? We attended the funeral. We work closely with these families. We are changing their lives. Had we had an increased access to care, that second brother could have had services and could have understood water danger. We know that children with autism, they are attracted to water. They are attracted to trains. They are vulnerable. These families are vulnerable. We have to help them. We have to do better. And I'm going to let ANSI speak a little more to this a little later. So we are accredited by ANSI, and our policy and procedure are fully vetted and measured against the highest standard quality. ANSI is the American National Standard Institute, and it was established in 1918 and oversees the development of voluntary census standards for service and personnel in the United States. ANSI also accredits organizations that carry out personal certificates in accordance with requirements defined by the international standards. Again, I'm going to skip this one because I'm going to let ANSI go into that a little bit more for you guys. So the impact, credentialing practitioners delivers a high quality evidence-based services leading to better outcomes. For example, ABA has typically improved communication and social skills in children with autism. More credentialed professionals means a wide range of special services, ensuring comprehensive care. Effective ABA interventions results in substantial improvements in behavior and overall quality of life. Expanding the pool of practitioners ensures that more children can access the care they need, especially in the underserved areas. If we had more practitioners, what happened to my client's brother wouldn't have happened. Practitioners and siblings experience less stress and are better equipped to cope with the challenges of behaviors that lead to more horrendous home environments. Effective interventions lead to fewer incidents and property damage, saving family blood from costly repairs. I've walked in families' homes that have holes in the wall that some of our clients have put in. These are bigger kids, right? If they had access to care earlier because we had an increase in practitioners, that wouldn't happen. The family wouldn't have to be dealing with this. You know, I also want to stress the impact of what ABA does, and especially if you can get a child in early intervention. I had a client who I serviced. I recently moved from a place that I had serviced children 12 years ago. And I was in a movie theater and I turned around and I looked at this client, it wasn't my client anymore, and he ran up to me, big kid now, ran up to me, picked me up. And it was so profound because I hadn't seen his client in 12 years. And his mom looked at me and said, you changed his life. I was a technician then. It wasn't anything special. I just thought I was doing my job. My husband got to watch that. My husband's not often around because he's a special forces operator, so he's gone a lot. He's never seen what I do, but he told me, he's like, watching how excited that family was to see you. He's like, I've been proud of you and your accomplishments, but I've never been more proud in that moment. My kids got to watch that. Like, this child, when I met him, was not allowed to be with other children because of his physical aggression. He is in high school, about to graduate. And I don't think I did anything amazing. I'm just honoring part of his journey. But for his mom, we created a world that she could feel safe, that her kid is going to be successful. A world where that kid that we met 12 years ago wasn't going to be successful if we didn't have access to care. And that's a military family. Like, we changed her world. And 12 years later, that is that meaningful to her and to him. So again, when I say like the impact that ABA has, it's not just, I go see somebody, you know, they work on something for a little bit, I walk away, like, we are part of people's journeys and their stories. It is imperative that we have access to be part of that, to be in that chapter of their life. That chapter is written in their book. And we want to make sure that we have enough practitioners to write that chapter and it doesn't get rewritten in a different way. Again, why this matters, I mean, I think I pretty much, sum that up. The goal here too is we're putting quality practitioners out there. We're not asking you to put anything less than the best out there. I have the best. I work with them. Those are QBA trained people. Those are qualified behavior analysts. Those are QASPS. Those are ABAPs. Those are also BCBAs. Those are also LBAs. I work across 15 states and I'm licensed in mostly all of them. I want to make sure that we can do this and we can do it the right way and we can extend access to care. So in summary, QABA, QASPS, and ABAC credentialing programs have addressed the needs recognized by those individuals who have special education and training in applied behavior analysis and autism spectrum disorder, and are providing behavioral health services under the supervision of a licensed certified professional, such as a QBA, qualified behavior analyst, licensed psychologist within the scope of practice of ABA, and a board certified behavior analyst. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions?
Patterson might have to go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, thank you. I didn't even call on you yet.
Did you want to ask her questions first? or-
No,
Go ahead, Steve.
you're all part of, we're doing each group by group, and so we want the group to make the presentation, and then
Okay.
we'll ask you questions.
How do I follow these two? All right, what I did want to just have a slight recap then I'll get to what I have to say. In that, when Gina had the side-by-side slides to show up there where things were at in 2017 when Governor Abbott signed for the criteria, every single one of ours meets and exceeds what you're looking at today. And so as far as equivalency, it's exceeding in nearly every one of those categories. And touching upon why autism, why 5%? When you have 1 in 36 children being diagnosed with autism, these were insurance mandate bills to get ABA. These were put forward by Autism Speaks, the Autism Society. These were driven by the parent groups for the reason that ABA is now available. So when it's looked at in a negative way to have a minimum of 5%, that's scope of practice. If you're performing services to all of these children, you should be practicing within your scope, and having that tested upon is important. And that's why it's there. So I did want to add that particular component. So I'm going to kind of touch upon things in a little bit more of a macro way. And certainly do want to thank everybody here from the Texas Department of Licensing. Special thank you to Dr. Wesson for helping to organize this so we could have this opportunity to present. And consumer choice and accountability. That's kind of where I want to come at things. Is at the heart of a thriving economy is consumer choice. It's paramount for consumers to have the freedom to select the certifications that best align with their personal values and their professional goals. This is simply giving choice. If somebody wants to choose our certification, all we're doing is giving them the choice. While Texas is fortunate to have the reputable certifications, and we're happy that Texas has the Behavior Analyst Certification Board, the foundation of accountability lies in the availability of choice. The BACB, if the BACB were to experience extended hold times, unnecessary delays, without competition, there'd be no catalyst for improvement. So bringing us in makes us both better. Keeping us out doesn't bring value. It is going to make them better. Only through consumer choice can we ensure constant innovation and enhancement across all industries. So I was going to kind of give a little bit of an example. Sheena, you touched upon it, where you look at choice, but innovation as a key piece of it. She touched upon remote proctoring. When the benefit first became available for military families, we looked at where are the military bases and what are the roadblocks. One of the biggest roadblocks is for that behavior technician role. It's an entry-level role. As you saw up there, it requires a high school diploma and 40 hours of training. Now for that entry-level role, when they're looking at a 4-hour drive or a 5-hour drive to a testing center, they weren't doing it. They were getting a job at a restaurant. They were getting a job at retail, and kids weren't getting the services. So to identify and solve that problem, that's why we brought forward remote proctoring, so they can get tested on that base, or somebody that's in a rural or remote area has that capacity. Again, it gives the choice. They can choose to drive 4 hours if they want, or they can take it right there remotely on the base. That's something where I kind of go, we see solutions that come forward, but they're driven by competition. It hones the best product. It gives us the best service. It benefits all of society. In this particular case, military families benefited, and in my view, that benefits all of us. The role of competition fuels innovation. The absence of competition leads to stagnation, leading to detrimental effects on consumers, especially the most vulnerable among us. We support regulation. So when we look at, does there need to be a floor? Is there a role for government? Absolutely. When we look at regulatory standards, ANSI, the American National Standards Institute, we support licensing bodies. These are crucial to ensure consumer safety, but their role is to set the floor. Their role is to have a level playing field so that we as companies can then come in and compete. However, achieving these standards while maintaining a competitive marketplace is essential to protecting the consumer and fostering innovation. This balance is vital for the economic growth and success of Texas. The reason I say that, I tell you, when I started my career, I was working at AAA. I was a claims adjuster. I started in Costa Mesa, that's in Orange County, California. Auto Club of Southern California is what they called it. It had just merged with AAA of Texas. The CEO at the time, Thomas McKernan, was encountering significant regulatory issues with the state of California. He was having regular meetings with the governor of Texas. The governor of Texas was picking up his phone. He was talking about the regulatory challenges in California. And within 2 years, the entire claims division at Auto Club of Southern California moved to Irving, Texas. Now, I've spent a lot of time in Texas since then, handling, in that time of my career, and a lot of hail claims and driving all across Texas. Even had some folks pull it out of the freezer to show me a softball-sized one. But I was kind of touching upon that because, choice is critical. States compete. We need to be competing at all levels to have the best. I'll kind of skip over a little bit of that component, but I do want to talk about Texas is an economic powerhouse. It draws companies and individuals from all across the nation. With the influx, it's imperative that we do not impose unnecessary barriers on those seeking to transfer their licenses and certifications to Texas. Inefficient and overly restrictive licensing processes can hinder economic activity and negatively impact the state's reputation. Now, this is something that's being addressed in quite a few other states, that they're seeing economic barriers with licensing. We're actually working with the state of Georgia, where the chairman of appropriations is identifying this as an economic barrier. And I think that's key. When subjectivity becomes into licensing and personal views, stop people that are moving there from getting their license or continuing to practice. And that was the case in Texas. A lot of our folks weren't able to continue to practice. One of the instances I know Sheena talked about, and it's easiest, I'll step back 1 second. I do remember when I would drive to all of the different locations when I'd have a hail damage claim when I was here in Texas. Every single house that I went to oftentimes was from a different state that had moved here. I went to somebody that just moved here from Pennsylvania, from New York, from Florida, California. And that's when you're attracting things, you're doing things the right way. But when people get here, because their company headquarters moved here, if one of those spouses can't work, that creates an economic hardship unnecessarily for the family and the loss of a benefit for somebody that has a talent. The easiest example, Sheena touched about it, is the military spouses. The unemployment rate is 33% for military spouses. And much of that is because every 2 to 3 years, they're moving from state to state. And there's not a consistent way for licensing, reciprocity, and some of those aspects that were touched upon. This is something that's easily rectifiable. It's something that can be fixed. It also brings value to the Texas community for people that are on Medicaid, commercial health insurance, being able to shorten the access that they're having for the times that they're waiting. So, not to mention, one of the biggest areas where we're seeing the largest delays is on the military bases. They are going to be living on those military bases. Sheena just mentioned, and I think it was one of the meetings we came to, the person was living just outside Killeen, and she talked about the people that just moved to that base that had to stop working in their profession because they came from another state and landed in Texas and it wasn't recognized. So I had a call, it wasn't too long ago, and it was with the Autism Society. One of the biggest challenges that they were looking at was addressing the long waits and delays that were taking place on the military bases. So much so that they created a new division, brought in somebody that was his sole job, was to try and fix these issues. The first thing he told me was, I want to talk to you about the problems that we're seeing at Fort Hood. Boy, did that resonate with me when he said Fort Hood. Because in 2017, when the statute was rolling into effect, the most phone calls we were getting was about every day from a practitioner living on Fort Hood saying, am I still going to have a job? Now, at the time, we were in the final stages of getting ANSI accreditation. Our government representative at the time, Lou Penrose, was calling TDLR every single week and being told, you're good. You get that ANSI accreditation, they're going to be able to get back to work. So we told that to every single one of those folks. We're doing every resource we can to move this forward. Accreditation is a long and it's a thorough process. We resourced it. We put every priority on that. Unfortunately, that's why we're here today. Still 7 years later, we're dealing with parallel issues, and those folks were not able to continue working. We saw this challenge when North Carolina was licensing, and this was a particular issue when we had met with the legislature, and they talked about a similar language. You know what? We can put in there ANSI and leave it at that. I said, let me tell you a story about Texas.
Mm-hmm.
We had close to 50% of the assistant behavior analysts working, many of them at what are called EMFP bases, which are military bases. They all had to stop working. So we worked very closely with the Senate Majority Leader, Senate Perry. He specifically listed QABA in name to ensure those folks that are living at Fort Bragg don't lose any of their services, and every one of those practitioners could get their license. Now the challenge is, where do they go from Fort Bragg? Oftentimes Fort Hood. They come from Fort Bragg, their license is certified with us, they can't continue working, and they go back into that waiting. But that also then leads to why the folks at Autism Society wanted to talk about wait lists at Fort Hood. So the necessity for open markets. When we consider, and I touched upon this, 1 in 36 children are now being diagnosed per the CDC. It becomes clear that timely access to qualified practitioners, it's not a luxury, it's a necessity. All the practitioners who meet statutory guidelines should be permitted to work in Texas without undue hindrance. Furthermore, maintaining open markets where licensing is efficient and objective will ensure Texas continues to attract top talent and top companies. This not only supports the Texas economy, but it also ensures that residents of this great state receive the highest quality of service available. Your favorite part, my conclusion. I'll wrap it up here. So in conclusion, I'd like to say that consumer choice and competition are the bedrock of capitalism. They drive innovation, ensure accountability, and protect the interests of the consumers. Texas must continue to champion these principles, particularly within the realm of professional licensing. By doing so, it will not only uphold the values that have made Texas a beacon of economic prosperity, but also ensure every resident, regardless of their circumstances, has the access to the services they need. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, now, sorry about that, Andrew. Any questions? Sorry. Staff? From anyone up here or some of those, or anyone? Yep. Dr. Wilson?
Oh, one of my questions was, I think let me back up. I kind of started educating myself this past year on why we're 7 years into a law that was passed and signed into law, and we still are fighting the word equivalent. And I think there's two ways to look at equivalency. You can look at hard numbers, like how many questions on your test, how many hours are you doing, or you can look at quality on equivalency. I mean, it's all measured by patient care and how good it is. So I hope we're not going to continue to get hung up on, well, you got 185 questions. Well, how many questions do you have? You know, I mean, 10 of them could be, what's your favorite color? What's your first car you had in high school? You know, like I asked on security questions on that. And I just want to make sure that we're looking at the big picture and not getting hung up on numbers and hours, because I think we use ANSI to decide other licensees within the agency. you know, and a qualified deal, that their training was adequate. And I hope with this, I've brought it up to the level of commissioners. You know, it's now at a point that it's going to be discussed, you know, among the commissioners on where we're at on this. And I hope that we don't sit there and say, hey, we're still looking at this in 8 years. Or I know we're not going to do that. We're going to figure out a way to make this work. You know?
Dr. Wesson, I appreciate that. Can I add that when, as the author of the bill, as we're thinking this through, we realized that there was going to be an issue with the interruption of services, potentially, when we added a licensure, right? So we contemplated and talked about, oh, wait a minute, we may have this little gap here. And so in that thought process, we thought, okay, how do we fix that? ANSI certification, right? That was going to be the standard, that we wouldn't lose this conversation about coming to the base and not being able to work and all these things we're hearing about. That was our backdrop. That was that was it. Just to ensure that all this stuff didn't happen, to ensure that the military spouses didn't lose their job, and to ensure that the kids continue to get service on military bases. The answer was put in a internationally recognized entity to set a standard. That was our safety net. For every kid we were trying to get to, that was the safety net. And then perhaps we need to readdress how the statute's written, because all of a sudden, 7 years later, that wasn't good enough. So if we, the body, missed that legislatively, then we need to fix that. But just so everybody understands, that was always the intent of ANSI, was to ensure that this did not happen, and these kids continue to get their service. So to be kind of like, you know, to have that interrupted, we thought we'd address that. We thought we had fixed that.
Any other questions?
I do.
Okay.
I think it's only fair that I should ask a question of our colleagues here, just as I did with those colleague from the BACB. And I thank you for being here. I know it's not so easy. I thank Mr. Gonzalez specifically for all you've done. Work has been very important, and your work as a legislator in terms of the funding issues, and for sponsoring, being an author of the legislation. I remember that. I believe Texaba even gave you an award.
Texaba took me to Dallas to give me an award for that.
So,
yes.
And I was part of that. So I think it's really, really important. Thankful. I'm still thankful.
Appreciate it.
For the work that you've done. And as did others. In fact, I was one of the people who gave testimony at a number of the committee hearings, along with other colleagues and with families who were wanting sort of licensure. And so that's, this is important. I know those stories you're talking about. I've been identified as a behavior analyst since 1970. And I've been working full-time in the field since 1975. So I've seen a lot of change in the field, in our services, in our conceptualizations, our technical rigor.
Yeah.
And I've worked with many people, many of whom are autistic, still am, and but not all. But I'm using behavior analysis in all that work. In fact, these days, for a number of years, most of my work has been with adults. So I know the stories. I know the busted walls and the busted windows. I bear the scars still from some of those interventions, as I'm sure you do.
You're not a behavior analyst. I mean,
Yeah. Yes. I'm not sure that any particular certification. Well, anyway, so I really appreciate the work you guys have done. Mr. Gonzalez is a legislator, as an advocate. Ms. Vajota is Dr. Vajota, excuse me, as a practitioner and an advocate, and then Andrew is an advocate too. But I would be remiss if I asked one group some questions and didn't ask the others. So that, because what we're trying to do here is look at the issue of equivalence. one way of looking at it is, as I have, looking at the issues I've raised, all may not agree with that perspective, but that is what I'm going to do. So I'm looking at the oops, the candidate handbook for QBAs, Qualified Behavior Analysts, updated October 23. I think that's the current. I mean, that's what I just downloaded.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to make sure that I'm using the right information. I'm wandering around. Has there been any substantive, just like I asked the folks at the BCBA or BACB, what's changed in the requirements for the QBAs since 2022 when this board looked at it?
So I think one of the, not many substantial, we added the trauma-informed care ongoing CEUs, as well as multiple diagnosis. I think to speak to what you said, practicing, one of the things we identified within the states was a need for a greater understanding of autism, as well as children who have autism and or other diagnosis and or persons who have that. So we really want to make sure that practitioners were well-rounded.
If I can just add real quick. So part of the component for trauma-informed care was the regulatory work that we do with Florida Medicaid. So in our meeting with the director of behavioral health, identifying we're not just getting kids with the autism diagnosis, we understand that, but we're seeing multi-diagnosis that needs to be treated. And we have concern that, that's not being heard. And so that was something that we wanted to identify, in particular through the CEU avenue.
Okay. Thank you. And I know other groups are also looking at that.
So I forgot one more thing. When you ask what substantive changes have taken place, I'm extraordinarily cautious. When we see an autism diagnosis rate of 1 in 36, and we talk about kids that have had a wait list of 2 years on a base, or kids on Medicaid that have gone 6 months, when you have significant changes and you can't meet a current demand. So if you start having significant changes of going, I just say, let's go from 5,000 to 10,000 or whatever, you start making substantive changes when you're nowhere close to being able to keep pace with the current diagnosis rate. So I do want to kind of address that because I think that is a key point when you identify, is it the time? Is it the time to have substantive changes? And our concern, as we're seeing when my wife started at UCLA working under Dr. Lovas, it was 1 in 10,000. So to be at 1 in 36 now, we're at astronomically high numbers to be able to have significant changes.
Okay, thank you. I understand. So I'm looking at the QAVA purpose. And it specifies to ensure competency of professionals who provide therapeutic interactions for individuals with autism spectrum disorders and related disabilities. So indicated this is the correct thing. So do behavior analysts work with people who are not diagnosed with autism or related disabilities?
Are you talking about specifically like the QBAs, or are you saying behavioralists in general?
I'm asking, do behavior analysts work with persons who are not diagnosed with autism spectrum disorders or related disabilities?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can testify to that.
However,
Yes, it does depend.
like I said, you look at public studies posted by the BACB of who are their practitioners, and this is public. You can go to their website.
I have a lot of questions. I'm familiar with that information. If I may, unless
I want to make sure that we're able to professionally and respectfully ask questions and allow the questions to be answered so that we can all understand. I know, I've already said it, I'm the least knowledgeable person in the room about the specifics. I'm quite a veteran of the world of regulation and what I need to read in order to issue a license or not. But I will share that through this question and answer today, I've learned a lot. So I appreciate that. I've also recognized that there's some differences of thought. And again, from my point of view, we've got many different people with many different roles in the room. And as a regular, I want to look at what I need to do, what I need to see if I'm going to issue this license under the law as it reads today. I've also seen what I see a lot here. You don't probably hear this from regulators or bureaucrats like me. There's a lot of passion and there's life. There's real life. I can relate on a second-hand basis to those who have autism. I can relate on a first-hand basis to those who have other disorders. And I recognize one of the neat things about me being able to work here is I am around passionate people who care about helping others, just like I do. So that's exciting for me. So let's go back to the questions and answers. And again, I want to give everyone a chance to ask you your questions and make sure that they can answer. Please, Dr. Borland.
Okay, I understand the BACV statistics. I'm aware that that was not my question. I just want to be clear. Because I think as behavior analysts, I know work with people with a number of characteristics, some of which do include being autistic. Some include other, what would be considered related disabilities. I'm not sure exactly what it's under that. What, maybe you can help me.
I mean, I think it depends on what the state allows under the licensure as well as the insurance payers. So in Tennessee, I can work with persons with TBIs as a behavior analyst.
Okay.
Yeah. What is that? I'm sorry. What's a TBI?
Oh, a traumatic brain injury.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just add, it's funding source dependent.
Yeah.
So that's a critical component. So some folks require an autism diagnosis. That could be for commercial health. I'll give an example. In California, if you don't have an autism diagnosis, you don't qualify for commercial health. You would then default into the Medi-Cal system. So you could have ADHD, you could have a variety of other disorders that you have a recommendation for ABA. It's then funded through their Medicaid, which they call Medi-Cal system. And so funding sources dictate much of who you can work with as a practitioner when you're certified in behavior analysis.
Certainly true. I'm looking at preparation here that would lead to certification, which would ultimately form the groundwork for licensure. So I think I understand the answer to the questions. Thank you. So I understand that the number of academic hours, coursework hours, to be a QBA is 270. I mean, I think that's what I heard you say.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, just verifying. And then 20 of those are autism, specific to autism. Not discussing the value of that or whatever, just as Sergeant Friday just used to say, just facts. Okay, and so that means then if I'm not really good at math, that means that then there are 250 hours of that required training are specific to behavior analysis. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Looking at who, the coursework that's required that, we've talked about how much there is. Who can teach that?
So
Part of the QABS.
who can teach the coursework?
Right.
They are approved universities, and then anybody that is an approved coursework provider that is approved by the QABA.
Okay, so it wouldn't necessarily have to be at a university.
No.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to double
No
check.
worries.
Okay, and then those universities, are they universities that are accredited by the APBA, or are they in the, or ABAI, or at least programs on the the old VCS model?
Yeah.
That's still there. Tier 1, Tier 2A, or Tier 2B recognition.
Yeah, certainly university coursework. Universities are accredited outside of the organizations that you just mentioned. They could submit their particular courses that they want to teach for review. However, our pathways essentially are nearly identical, but we're not the same companies. So can somebody take their coursework if it's a BCBA curriculum? Absolutely. Will there need to be some bridge coursework? Absolutely. And that's the component of it. When we have aspects that are not identical, such as autism, then that's not going to be taught at the university because most of them are teaching our competitors' coursework. Or we have a component that we find tremendously important, which is person-centered, as identified by our subject matter experts. So if it's something that is not identical to their coursework, there will need to be bridge coursework. But as I think Sheena touched upon in her presentation, they may use ABAI to vet somebody that is a non-accredited university to teach a course. We vet ours by the organization to ensure the competency of the course curriculum they'll be teaching.
I perplexed a little bit by something you said I possibly don't understand. You, it sounded like that there are people that are not under the BACB certification. The course instructors, okay, or the course program may, they either have, as I understand the requirements, that's why I'm asking in detail, either have to be accredited by the BACB, I'm sorry, accredited by APBA or ABAI, or meet those requirements for, which are rigorous SME, set up requirements for being a recognized program. I think I'm understanding that that's many of the programs under the QABA approved provider are, but not necessarily don't have to be. And some are not, are not academic programs. I just want to make sure I understood that.
Are you asking? I'm a little confused.
I'm understanding correctly.
I didn't understand the question.
I may just, okay. It was.
And I'm sorry, y'all. I know this is sorry to take, but this is the point. Let's try to break it down to make sure that we're understanding and getting this the right answers, please.
Okay. Course providers are approved. I'm trying to remember the right name.
Approved coursework,
Okay.
approved coursework
Okay,
providers.
almost got it. All right, approved course providers do not have to be academic programs necessarily, correct?
Well, they have to be academic programs. We're talking about whether they're accredited universities.
Okay.
There's a difference.
All right, let's clarify what we mean by accredited universities. I mean, there's like the Southern Accreditation Body, okay, which does general accreditation. There's the Western and so on. And then there are professional accrediting entities like in chemistry, medicine, psychology, behavior analysis. So I assume that you're talking about accreditation by the relevant professional organization, not necessarily like the Western or the Southern Accredited Association of Accrediting High Schools in.
Oh, it's long name, yeah. SACS. We call it SACS.
Yeah.
Larry understands this one better than I do. Larry, if you want to.
Yeah, I think what Dr. Boland's asking about is being taught by a SACS accredited university or the more highly specific academic silo that they can also be accredited by on a specific topic, right? Chemistry, psychology. Yeah. So there's this, and I think what Dr. Boland's asking about is that under that there's more specific, right? So you're asking, correct. So you're asking, are you guys this or are you guys this? Yeah. As I break it down into my Alvin High School analogies.
I appreciate that because for me it's difficult. I like that.
So as a side thought, this is why I was always on KXAN, because KXAN said the readers say, the viewers say you explain things where they understand.
Okay. So thank you.
And I have a question. Are both of you, or is the point? So if I go to the University of Texas, it's UT and everybody recognizes it, right? Oh, absolutely. But then there might be, I don't know, Dr. Wesson. Let me bother you, please. Dr. Wesson University.
For example.
Wesson University that he says is a university. Somewhere, you're not really a university unless some university accrediting body says, yeah, you're a university and you've got the name, but
You mean that
we're not really going to recognize that.
Yeah, that's called SACS.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so that's just a basic, you're getting a degree from a university and you believe it has merit because it's a university.
Correct.
Then we get into what you can study at the university, right? I'm not going to use my example because I was a political science major. That's, but my father studied chemistry and physics, right? And so there is some national chemistry and physics associations.
Correct.
So I think the university, whichever one it says, can say, we're going to hire whoever we can to teach these courses, but we're going to set some standards for ourselves. And a university might say, you're not teaching chemistry unless you got the chemistry society check mark. And another university might say, you can teach chemistry whether you have that or not. And both universities could issue chemistry degrees that are recognized as chemistry degrees.
And what we, the legislature, said was, rather than the agency contemplating all of that, let's give it to the entity, Warren, who does that. That ANSI would determine that. The idea was not that the state agency would contemplate any of this. That's what ANSI's for. That's what I said in my
Or the
testimony.
National Commission for Certified
Correct.
Agencies, to be clear, right?
Right.
Another.
Right, but that there is another entity. That's why I'm not sure what part of the testimony I crossed out at this point. But at one point in my testimony, I can't figure out which one it was.
It's an open conversation.
Okay, I said that that's their job, right? And so as contemplated by us, it was okay, wait a minute. Are we going to spend the next 7 years arguing over all the minutia of these different things? Or shall we go to an already established national and international entity that does this? That's the easier answer, because it was never the idea that this agency or advisory board would get into any of this. We didn't think it was your job. We thought it was their job to say, you're good, and then you guys look at ANSI and say, hey, we have this ANSI certificate. By the way, Kialba has 2 of them. They are ANSI certified through 2027. ANSI's already looked at all this. ANSI's already examined all this, and we hold a certificate queue up at 2027. So it's their job.
Yes, and
It's
I
their
don't
job.
want my question to get us too far off. Dr. Borland is still
Thank you.
asking a few questions, and for everyone, the next group that will be called is ANSI.
Yes. Thank you. And I definitely have some questions for, please, Mr. Merkel.
And he's next.
And I understand your statement. I think I understand the answer to my question about certification.
Yes, sorry, I backtracked on that.
Because there are many universities that have the regional accreditation, as it's called, and offer a program in chemistry. They may not be certified by the American Chemical Association. Their curriculum, their training may be. Same with behavior analysis. Okay. So moving forward, I think. Supervision, field supervision. So am I correct in reading that for the QBA, it's still 1,500 hours? I think I picked up on it. Okay, thank you. All right. And so what are the qualifications of a supervisor?
A supervisor
I
for
picked
that,
part of that, but I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
yeah, so
about
it either is essentially breaking it down, it's either QBA, we allow these to be supervised, or licensed psychologists who have ABA within their scope of practice.
Okay. So,
All of those certificates must be outside of their 1 year of being certified.
Okay.
So they have to be certified for at least 1 year to show competency, and during that 1 year, they're in that mentorship where they are also working with another supervisor to hone their skill.
okay, so the licensed psychologists who demonstrates they have ABA within their scope of practice, just if you can illuminate that for me a little bit. What is considered within their scope of doing ABA within their scope of practice? Because I happen to know, and Mr. Gonzalez, I'm sure will remember, there was big discussion with TSBEB.
Yeah.
Yeah, about that whole issue.
Is that the psychologists?
Yes, so it's Texas
Psychology
Board.
Board.
Yeah,
Psychology board.
yeah, okay.
Texas State
Board
Board.
of-
of Psych-
I may have gotten 1 or 2 thousand phone calls in my office.
Yes, I remember those days.
1,000 calls.
Yes. And so, and I remember attending that board meeting and presenting there and talking with them about the importance of behavior analysts, licensure, separate, like we were being told.
Right.
Well, behavior analysis is within the scope of practice of psychology. So
Yeah,
is
so-
that good enough?
No, so typically we look at, do they have can they show coursework that they have ABA within their scope of practice? Do they have any additional CEUs that they've, learned in? And it's interesting you talk about this because that was the big debate in North Carolina is, the psychology board owned the idea of that.
It's a real problem.
Yeah, so I sat there, dealt with that for many years. So that's really what we evaluate. What can they show and prove that they do have ABA within the scope of not only their practice of psychology, but specializing in the field of ABA.
Okay, so that's the expectation. It's not stated in the handbook, but that's the working
Yeah.
procedure. Okay, that helps. Thank you. And I understand, actually, I think one of the changes that's happened since we looked at this in 2022 is the supervision period has gone from 3-month period to 1 month period.
Yes.
I picked up on that. And so, does the QABA certification, field supervision, supervised work requirement, does it require, not prefer, but require the candidate to be actually directly observed, providing services to a
Yes.
client?
It's 5% of what they're doing is supervised. And then they are doing, of their 150, or of their 1,500 hours. Let me see.
Yeah, if you could check that, maybe point me to that in the. So,
So the
may be
behavior
a change.
analyst has the 900 hours of indirect and the 600 hours of direct.
Correct.
So when they're supervising the 5% of that, they're supervising 5% of what they did within that month's period of that.
So they're actually looking at least 5%. That must be the candidate's actual engagement in ABA services.
Yeah.
To a real breathing.
Yeah, so within, and I can reference back to the PowerPoint, sorry, it does state that, you know, when they're supervising, what the restricted versus unrestricted is.
Yeah.
And the unrestricted being the actual implementation of what a supervisor would do, writing programs, you know, programming for a client, directly supervising client. And then there's that second part where they are directly, they are being observed when they are directly implementing these strategies and tools of ABA, as well as what their future role will be as a supervisor, writing the treatment plans and implementing them with the oversight, and then the implementation of a technician.
Yeah, those are all critical skills.
Yes.
But I guess I'm looking at, is it specifically mandated in the requirements, supervision requirements, that a supervisor must, within each supervisory period, 1 month period?
So they do have to report on it.
Yeah, is there are they required to see the candidate actually providing service at the point of service delivery? Not talking about analyzing data, doing graphs, writing programs, all critical stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. That's why I'm asking, can you point me to where that is in the handbook? I'm not.
No.
If
you give me a minute, I can double check and pull that up. I can go to your next.
Okay.
We can go that.
Yeah, we can come back to that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question.
Yeah, thank you. So then talk about the examination. Am I correct in reading that it's 275 questions? No, 125.
125, yep.
Pardon me. And 25 are for development purposes, right? That's all I understood. So that leaves 100 questions on content. Right? And how many of those, so I'm working my way up to a question. So how many of those questions are ABA not tied to any specific diagnosis or client characteristics?
So 5% of them would be, are autism specific.
Okay. 5% of 120, 5% of 100, 75 questions. Got that. Thank you. All right. So that means then of the 100 questions that are scored, then 95 of those are specific to ABA. Okay. That's what I thought.
Dr. Borland, this is Dr. Mott. Could I ask a question?
Please go ahead.
Okay. I had a question as to if the training in autism and related disorders was leading to having diagnosis be in the scope of practice for the diagnosis of developmental disabilities being in the scope of practice?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear the answer?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So the QABA course requirements are not necessarily required at this point, there's no indication that it may require them to be provided by a program that is either provides. Hello, is accredited by APBA or BACB. I'm sorry, or ABAI, or one of those tiered models that recognizes. Okay, that's what I understood. So
we do require that universities be accredited by a higher institute.
Okay, I gotta ask you now that we're back. To
Sorry,
the question.
I'm unaware that APBA is an accrediting body.
They are.
Who's that?
Is the
I can
APBA?
give, yeah, okay.
No, that's the BACB, but I'm
But
unaware.
it says APBA is an accrediting body. Yeah, that's been that way for about a year.
Okay, so the last year they became it.
Okay, who's that? Sorry, I just want to understand. I know you all understand each other. I'd like to understand what the APBA is.
They presented, they're the Association for Professional Behavior Analysts. They're a organization, a nonprofit organization that provides support.
Yes, they
Research.
are our first
Yeah.
speakers. Yes, I'm sorry. Okay.
So they have an accreditation program, as does ABAI.
So in 2017, they weren't.
No, but that wasn't the issue. I was asking now.
So I've got a question. The coursework that you require, it's at a university, correct?
That is one pathway.
One pathway.
Okay.
They have to have a bachelor's from an accredited university or a master's degree from an accredited university. And I think if I understand correctly, what Dr. Borland is asking about is the additional content-specific coursework. Is that
Can
correct?
be from where?
That can be from a university if the university teaches it. We can't force universities to take our curriculum and teach all of it.
Or CEUs. Is that what you're saying?
CEUs have different pathways as well.
Not for initial
Not initial.
certification.
CEUs are
That's just maintenance.
Mhm.
Okay, so if they don't get the coursework at a university, because you said they might not offer it, where do they get it?
That's what we were talking about from approved providers.
And that provider is sitting in a room, is sitting at a university? Are the approved providers one of the ABAI presenters? I mean,
Yeah, they can be.
okay, all right. That's why I'm confused because it's muddy for me. Okay,
In terms of accreditation,
We're here to seek clarity.
okay.
So, do y'all understand each other?
Well, the coursework can be at a university, but it also can not be at a university.
Okay.
Correct.
And if it's not at the university, it's an approved provider.
Correct.
And they're approved by an entity. Let's not get back into that.
Okay.
Okay,
approved by
I think I'm.
QABA.
Cuba, ABA, or BACB or ABAI? Well, let's know, just approve. They're
Yes.
approved. Okay, all right, because I thought, now I'm confused, but I was not confused. Okay.
Okay. So we talked about the supervisor's requirements, the CE requirements, I understand for, and CE is maintenance of certification, continuing education. And that's 20 hours of continuing education every 2 years. And there is some required trauma-informed care requirement, CE requirement, remember?
Yep, CEUs for trauma informed care. You got that one.
Okay, all right, good. Very good. This is helpful. Really needed reassurance and or clarification. QABA has a code of ethics, as I recall in the handbook, right? It's 16 pages of large type, single column. So, and it has 59 standards in it. So I'm just the facts. I'm passing to it. Just to make sure, because, ultimately those may be relevant to equivalence decisions, however one wishes to look at it. And so reciprocity is a really important issue. I completely agree. And that's a problem nationally for many professions. And in psychology, I know they have the interstate compacts and arrangements like that. You still have to satisfy the minimum requirements, and because I was licensed as a psychologist in one state and moved to Texas. So
Mistake.
Yeah, so I'm a BCB, behavior analyst now. Anyway, so reciprocity is a really big issue in professions, including in behavior analysis. I agree. So I asked this question, a comparable question to the representative from the BACB. What certificates or certifications does the QABA offer reciprocity?
I'll touch upon that, and then if Gina can add to it. So when you speak about reciprocity, if somebody says, can you give me your certification? I got this other folks. We don't just give out our certification. That falls within accreditation. We can't necessarily do that. What we can do is we can recognize, and we do. So we can recognize a BCBA to provide oversight to our practitioners because they have a quality certification that's nationally accredited. So we can have a criteria in place, and we recognize other nationally accredited certifications in the field of ABA. So I guess that would be, and I say this, as close to the definition of reciprocity, but we can't hand them a certification. They can practice and oversee because we recognize the body that nationally accredits them. Does that kind of touch upon?
I think it tells me what I think that answers the question. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, and I think that's situation is as I'd understood it. So, all right. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right.
I know it's late.
Yeah, so here's what's gonna happen next, and then we'll take a couple minutes. I'm not sure what time it is. I'm gonna be here. I work all day. It's an important discussion. And I'm not concerned with the time on the clock. So we have more groups who have signed up who we will be recognizing to speak and ask questions. And then we will have a chance for everyone to ask each other questions once again. We've got Nancy next, and then several other groups who I'll be calling. But why don't we take a quick less than 10 minutes, which means it's Ori, let's be back at 3:50, if that's okay with you. You are the presiding officer,
Okay.
so I don't want to.
So we're going to take a break now. It is now, according to my chronometer, 3:39 p.m. So we'll be back at
10
3, yeah, 10 till 4.
All right, great, thanks.
to order. Thank you for coming back. It's now 3:49, 3:50. So.
All right, thank you. Next, we are going to hear from the ANSI National Accreditation Board. We have Mr. Warren Merkel, who is Vice President of Policy. Thank you. Please share your presentation.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I think in the interest of time, I'll probably go through this a little quicker on some things and hit on the topics that seem to be of interest based on earlier discussions.
Sure.
So just to be clear, ANSI, the American National Standards Institute, is what's referred to in the statute. Since that statute was passed, ANSI established the ANSI National Accreditation Board to actually administer the accreditation programs. And I'll give you a little background on why that happens. Terms in the world of standards internationally, the word standard has come up here in at least 15 different contexts today. And so when you look at standards generally, it's a description of something, characteristics of something. And so the S in ANSI is talking about standards holistically. The other thing that ANSI has responsibility for is conformity assessment, determining when standards are met and how that's done and who does it. And so in that context, because ANSI has responsibility for doing both of those, the accreditation program in particular is doing conformity assessment on certification bodies that certify people or certify things. And so to ensure that impartiality that I'll talk about that we expect of our accredited certification bodies, they established the ANSI National Accreditation Board. We are part of the organization. We are financially, organizationally, legally tied to ANSI. And I think didn't really plan on it looking this way, but this is kind of how we look at standards. There's lots of ways to meet objectives and meet defined criteria. Standards, along with that conformity assessment, provide confidence in equivalent outcomes. We're all sitting here connected to different internet devices. There are thousands of standards that make that happen. But my Lenovo computer works different than your Dell, works different than your Apple. They're all following standards. They all work. Some of them may be different in the way they accomplish it. But at the end of the process, if you establish the criteria that have to be met, you can have confidence in the outcomes that are coming from conformance with those standards. And if you want added confidence, then you use accreditation as a third-party attestation of the competence associated with that conformity assessment. So that's what ANSI does. We're located in our headquarters are in Washington, D.C. We have an office in New York. And the mission is to enhance global competitiveness of U.S. business and the U.S. quality of life by promoting and facilitating voluntary consensus standards and conformity assessment systems. Voluntary in the private sector. There's federal policy. That was my job before I came to ANAB, was to help federal agencies do exactly what you're trying to decide here. How do they meet their objectives, leveraging to the extent possible existing private sector systems? Why? Because they tend to be more responsive, easier to update, and more economically efficient for the taxpayers at the state, federal, state, and local levels. I won't get into a lot of the different roles, but along the way, different things that have come up here. The standards that we use are, as the basis for our accreditation, come from the International Organization for Standardization, ISO. And the purpose of ANSI is to serve as the representative of the United States into that standards development process. The standard that we use, that I'll talk about in a moment, is not just developed by us, it's developed by experts in certification of persons from 96 different countries. And so the basis for our accreditation and the framework in which we work is of that level of international participation. Within ANAB, within the ANSI accreditation system, we accredit a lot of stuff. We accredit a lot of stuff that affects the residents of Texas. Within this, I'm just going to zoom in on our accreditation around credentialing organizations, and even within that, just on the certification of persons. We also accredit training certificate issuers. We're talking about qualification of training programs and training providers. We also have a different system for accrediting them. So in our credentialing programs, we have literally hundreds of organizations who have multiple programs in many cases that are accredited. We don't just accredit a certification body. We look at the programs that they offer In the terminology of the international standard, it's called a credentialing scheme, like a schematic, not a nefarious plot to try and take over the world. But it's various schema, how you set those criteria. What is the object you're looking at? In this case, it's a behavior analyst. What are the criteria that have to be met? How do you determine that? And then from there, how do you ensure that the individuals that are certified meet those criteria and it's acceptable to the stakeholders for that certification? I sent a letter, I think, to the commission a while back listing some of our criteria and other accredited certification bodies. So I won't go into this in detail, but these are just in the ballpark of behavior analyst certifications and others in the healthcare space. We also accredit CrossFit for their certification of CrossFit trainers. I mean, there's all, and cybersecurity certification bodies. There's a lot of different applications of the international standard, each of which has a specific set of technical criteria like we're talking about here today. So the international standard itself contains the basic framework for where do you start? How do you even determine an individual is competent? Well, there are lots of things you have to do, and you heard it described by both of the certification bodies here in terms of the steps you have to go through to analyze the job, come up with the tasks, and then how do you look at the criteria all together to ensure that a person is competent? And there are different ways to get there. There are different, and there's a whole science of psychometrics around how you then measure that.
That's you. Sorry,
Since
you sneezed.
Oh, sorry. I thought I said something wrong. And so I wanted to get that out there around certification. So that certification then is an entity that grants, very importantly, a time-limited recognition to those individuals. So our criteria and the others that we heard from today, it's not a once and done. Our accreditation process is not a once and done. We are in their systems routinely and go through all of our criteria on a regular basis. The certification program attests that the person possesses the right competencies, that's knowledge, skills, and attributes. Our focus in looking at the outcome of that accredited certification is on how they evaluate the knowledge, skills, and attributes, how they assess that, measure it, most importantly, through the testing that's done as part of that certification. There's lots of ways to do it. In areas where we're certifying individuals like this, often it's a written exam. There's requirements for the observation and so on. In other cases, it's practical physical exams. We accredit bodies that certify crane operators. So they have to go watch them operate a crane. It's, you know, it seems fundamental, but in cases like this, it gets to be when we start talking about how many hours of this or that. Well, it depends on what the hours of observation are, how the exams are structured and so on. And there are different ways to do that in psychometrically equivalent ways. At the end of this, under any certification program, a certificate is issued, and within the standard, there are certain requirements that are included in that certificate. So when we do this, one of the things that we are very conscious of is the fact that these certifications are very meaningful in the state of Texas. So obviously, it's very meaningful to individuals' ability to make a living. And so we ensure the fairness and equity for the applicants and the impartiality of the process implemented by the certification body. We do a tremendous amount of review to ensure that the examination reflects valid standard of practice, and those standards are measured with a fair, reliable examination. We use psychometricians to do that. We also require that the certification body has its own cadre of subject matter experts that are providing that input. And again, that's not unique to us. That was described by the other certification body as well. Ultimately, people that should pass do pass. People that shouldn't pass don't pass. And we look at the outcomes of that certification under all of the different conditions under which it's issued. And then finally, there's a process that facilitates continued competence. And again, whether that's continuing education, recertification, or revisiting of the criteria over time. It's a bit of an eye chart from the front of the room. There won't be a test, but these are all of the different components of the framework under the standard. There are three things that we look at ultimately. One is the competence of the certification body. And so there are criteria here that look at how they structure their organization, where they get that subject matter expertise, how frequently they do that, and how they look at their exam over time. The second thing that we look at is the impartiality, again, related to structure, their organization, ensuring that the decisions they make on certification are based on the facts, like Detective Friday, and only the facts, independent of any financial or other pressures that may come along with operating a system where people ultimately pay for the certification. And then finally, consistent operation over time. And there's requirements for a management system to do that. That's not unusual, but in certification, it's extremely important that the certification body has due process and procedures in place to ensure that if anything does arise with the confidence in their certifications, that they take care of it appropriately. Again, competence, impartiality, and consistent operations. I'll talk a little bit about the accreditation process. There's a bit of a schematic here. There's a preliminary application. There's document review before we even accept the application. We go on site to the certification body. We ensure that everything that's documented in their system is implemented. We look through records. And one of the things that came up was remote exam administration. If one of the certification bodies does that, part of our assessment process is to have part of our assessment team on a blind basis go through that exam, to watch the invigilation process. We call it a secret shopper. So they are mixed in with all of the rest of the certificates, potential certificates, to see how that test is administered, to ensure that they're not showing us just their best foot forward. We actually see how that remote test is proctored. The initial application process on average takes nearly a year. Again, the team that we bring to bear depends on the nature of the certification, but there's always incorporation of input from psychometrics experts, usually PhD level. After initial accreditation is achieved, we go back every year. We surveil them every year, I should say. That doesn't always include a site visit, but we do ask them to provide information about their ongoing programs. If they make any changes in between those surveillances that would be deemed significant, they have to report that as well. And if it requires us to reevaluate their certification scheme, then that happens. Over the course of 5 years, we go through every one of those criteria on that eye chart again, at least every 5 years. If there's reason to do that more frequently, then that also happens. And one of the hallmarks of this type of accreditation is continual quality improvement. We've heard a lot about changes that are made to programs and how the various organizations make those updates. And as part of that, you have to take it in the context of the psychometrics and the overall job task analysis that was done in the first place. And so what are those knowledge, skills, and attributes that need to be evaluated, and how do those criteria change over time? Ideally, you're getting better and the way that you operate the program. But typically, when looking at benchmarking for equivalence, just an observation here, this is a little bit outside of the scope of the presentation, it's really difficult when you tie that to a single organization. We don't do that. We accredit different certification bodies for the same thing. We don't expect them all to do it the same way. They have to meet all of the criteria. They have to meet all of the standards, and it has to be valid. But to tie it to how one organization does it is typically just not the way that we see that done.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Sure.
So again, looking at it as the agency and a regulator, your ANSI is named in statute. There's a definition of a certifying entity, and it's a named group or someone who's certified by ANSI and then for furtherance of, if my licensing folks are going to issue a license to somebody, we got to make sure that the education exam is equivalent as well. So you just said, if you're evaluating some new subject or whatever it is, you're going to go through these steps and learn about it and evaluate it. If that subject also has 3 other bodies that are accredited by it, you don't look at them as well? Or?
We look at all of them.
You look at them.
If we are accrediting that.
Right.
If there are additional criteria that are cited in statute or regulations at whatever level that are going to be applied in the context of that certification, then we would expect them to meet those criteria as well. What I'm saying is we don't typically, and this, when I worked at the federal level, generally speaking, federal agencies will name an accreditation system perhaps, like the statute does, but they typically don't say, we're going to buy computers and we're going to buy them from Dell or
Right.
anybody else.
Right.
And so, because what the effect of that potentially is that if people aren't, meeting the criteria of Dell, then they potentially wouldn't be able to have access to that procurement in that case.
Thanks.
Sure. The rest of this, government relies on us in pretty much, in all of our accreditation programs in one way or another. I just named a few that are specific to our certification of persons programs, where we work with the Department of Defense, Energy, OSHA, to ensure that our certification accreditation programs meet their needs. And that's one of the things I wanted to highlight with you all. If there is an issue, if you have a question about how this program works, if you have questions about the outcome of the certification of our accredited entities, we're here for that. That's my job. And that's why I'm here, to ensure that you understand that we take the integrity and implementation of our accreditation program quite seriously, and that we would expect, if you have issues or challenges, you would come to us. And we are more than happy to provide any information we can. And if we need to do something differently in our accreditation process, we certainly do that. And we have specific programs for accreditation to meet the needs of DoD, DOE, and so on. We get evaluated. And I think this is something that's lost in some of the discussion here. We are evaluated at multiple levels. We just went through our peer evaluation for our accreditation programs in August. We had a team of 13 individuals representing 12 different countries. They came to Washington, D.C. for a week and a half. They went out and watched us do assessments of certification bodies and testing laboratory. And at the end of that, we get a report and we have to respond to findings. And if you have a problem with the way that we respond to you, you can go to these international agencies and we can lose our recognition. So there's multiple layers of due diligence that's brought to bear by using these international standards. And the reason we do that is because, not just for certification of persons, but accreditation generally, it affects acceptance, especially now, across borders. And we want to ensure that the way that we do accreditation here in the US is as rigorous and comparable to what's happening around the world. I just mentioned the peer evaluation process, and so I'll wrap up so we can get to the important part, which is the questions. Competence and partiality, consistent operation are the hallmarks of what we do. Competence first. They have to be competent at issuing these certifications. They have to use subject matter experts that demonstrate that the credential means something and that it's valuable to the stakeholders for that credential. The ongoing evaluation of the individuals, of the certification body, of us as the accreditation body in the international system ensures that we have enhanced trust in the equivalent outcomes. That's what the international standards are for. That's why they have come to be so prevalent in the international commercial systems and in international credentialing. With that, I should have done this up front. I'll give my apologies that our Vice President for Credentialing Programs, Dr. Krishna, was not able to be here today. He wanted to be, but we have our own credentialing conference actually going on, so he's got to be there for our stakeholders directly. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any questions?
So let me ask you that. I got a couple of questions. So what y'all actually do, and you've shared, like, you're trying to learn this too. I'm sitting there going, it's not in my area of healthcare. But what I can feel confident in knowing from ANSI is the fact that I don't have to know everything about this. You know, y'all have worked this through across all different aspects of commercial, healthcare, health systems, whatever. And what we need to do is just take the consideration that if it's ANSI approved, it falls within the standards of using the word that we use today, equivalency, even if it's not, the same number of this, that, or the other. Is that a good takeaway?
I don't want to, yeah, yes, but I do want to mention though that, these programs have technical content. And so to the extent that there would be anything that's important to the commission or to individuals in the state of Texas, we want to make sure that the program is responsive to that. But that's how we operate. And that's why in the process, there are multiple sets of subject matter experts from the certification body, our decision bodies. I didn't mention this in the process. We have a committee that looks at each application for accreditation as a certification body. That's made up of subject matter experts in certification and so on. So there are multiple sets of eyes on this. And to the extent that that provides the level of assurance that you're looking for, I would hope so. And if not, it's in the statute. We need to be responsive to any of those concerns.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm Gordon Moore. Yeah, still. I did have a few questions. So, ANSI is, I appreciate the extended description of the process. It's informative, helpful. Thank you. Good news is that it's also publicly available. So not to denigrate you, but thank you. We need to hear that. So is ANSI the only organization that accredits or approves certifying organizations?
No.
No. Okay. I'm just curious, you may not be able to answer this. Does ANSI specify how one could distinguish between them, which might be better for a given field or not?
Not specifically. I would say two things I would respond to that. One, obviously in the statute there's NCCE. They accredit certification entities. They don't follow the same international standards, so I can't speak to how they go about their process. But from what we heard earlier, it's kind of similar. I think ultimately, in the absence of any other criteria, then the approach that's taken in the United States generally is to allow the market and in this case, regulatory authorities to make the determination of what types of accreditation we brought to bear. There are ways even that we see at the federal and state level to get one more level of abstraction away from naming accreditation bodies. Those international organizations with the logos there that evaluate us often are named. So it would be an accreditation body that accredits to 17,024, in this case, which is the International Standard for Person certification that's recognized by the International Accreditation Forum. We follow our own international standard 17,011 for how to do accreditation. And so there are standards on top of standards on top of standards.
Thank you. I think I understand the answer to my question. That you clearly have may have a preference, but have a thoughts on the matter, but actually can't say that one is better than the other. That's a different issue. It sounds like a technical, professional issue.
Definitely could be.
So you would agree with that. Okay. Can you tell me how many behavior analysts at ANSI were involved with the review?
Behavior analysts.
Yeah.
We use contract assessors for most of this work. And so I could go back and look at the records. There's a level of confidentiality that we have to maintain around the specifics, but typically in a case like this, on the assessment team, we're more focused on the overall competence of the certification body to bring the right expertise to bear. So I'm speaking in general terms, the subject matter experts that they have that are determining the job task analysis, the test items, all of those criteria, we would expect that they would have the appropriate credentials to do so.
Okay, that's what I thought that I should ask. And so ANSI specifically doesn't. So ANSI staff who review the process, it sounds like, are not necessarily familiar with the content, and you're relying upon the company, the organization that's coming to ANSI to have that
I do want to add to that, though. In our decision-making process, we also have volunteers that have the technical expertise to review that application and review the accreditation.
They contract out to review it.
No, I understand. I was just wondering if that was the case of some way. If you're going to regulate chemistry, you probably need ultimately a chemist. Another one, not just that they follow the right process, but that they are like, they're going to blow up too many buildings. Whatever.
Sure. But again, we're accrediting their competence as a certification body to issue certain certifications.
That's what I thought. Thank you. Thank you. I yield my time.
Any other questions? Going on screen? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have the Texas Association for Behavior Analysis, and we have Ellen Rhodes and Lupe Castaneda.
Oh, this is the Texaba Public Policy, which is a different board.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just reading from my notes. So I have the Texas Association for Behavior Analysis Public Policy Group. And that is going to be Ellen Rhodes and Lupe Castaneda.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, I'm Ellen. I'm here. I would like to share, let's see here, trying to figure out let's see. Okay, so, oh, that's not what I wanted to share. Let's try again.
We are able to see your presentation.
Great. Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to do a little moving around of heads on my screen, if you don't mind, where I can make sure I can still kind of see everybody as I get started. So good afternoon. On behalf of the Texas Association for Behavior Analysis Public Policy Group, I'd like to thank Dr. Weston and TDLR for inviting us to be a part of today's discussion. And thank you, Gordon, for making that distinction between the PPG and Texaba. So Texaba PPG, or Public Policy Group, is a 501c6 organization. My name is Ellen Rhodes. I'm a licensed behavior analyst in Texas. I'm also a former behavior analyst advisory board member. I currently serve as the Texas Association for Behavior Analysis Public Policy Group president-elect, as well as the chair of our insurance task force. I work for Texana Center in Fort Bend County. All right, so we've been talking a lot today about, so I have to preface this, a lot of my presentation has been discussed already, so I don't want to be a dead horse, but I do still want to make my points, so I guess kind of bear with me. I am going to be touching on those words that we've been throwing around, equivalent certification and equivalent education and examination standards. So as a reminder, in June of 2017, Texas passed Senate Bill 589 to establish behavior analyst licensure through Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. And so in this code, we do have the occupations code that has been referenced multiple times throughout the presentation. So at this time, the Texas Association for Behavior Analysis Public Policy Group believes that the Behavior Analyst Certification Board is the only certifying entity that currently meets the certifying entity criteria as outlined in the Occupations Code. There's several reasons for this position, and I'll review those on the following slides by comparing all three entities. So originally, when we were talking about this summit, we were expecting that BIC might be here. So they're on my slides, but for the sake of time, I'm going to remove my comments related to that certifying entity because I know it's 420 and it's a Friday. So I'm going to share some of the numbers that have been discussed again already, and then some that have not been shared. But I do think that in some cases, numbers can indicate quality, and sometimes it is important to take a deeper dive and look at those numbers. But first, I wanted to provide the opportunity to review a few acronyms. When I made this presentation, we weren't sure, in what order we would go in. And so by now, I think you all are probably familiar with some of our alphabet soup. But I was going to give you just a few seconds to look at this slide, just in case you're not as familiar with our abbreviations as some of the folks in the room are. You can probably disregard those bottom three. All right, so the first reason for our concern starts with each certifying entity's registered type of organization. The Behavior Analyst Certification Board, or BACB, as well as the Behavioral Intervention Certification Council, BIC, are non-certifying or nonprofit certifying entities. On the other hand, the Qualified Applied Behavior Analysis Credentialing Board, or QABA, is owned and controlled by a privately held for-profit company, Elevated Autism Services, or EAST. Potential disadvantages of for-profit professional credentialing entities are lack of transparency and conflicts of interest. Based on just a cursory glance, ownership information was also unavailable. Other national entities that certify practitioners in healthcare and other human service professions are nonprofit organizations with transparent business practices, including governing practices and organizational structures. So a few of these examples are the American Board of Medical Specialties, American Speech Language Hearing Association, the Association for Marital and Family Therapy Regulatory Board, and the American Board of Professional Psychologists. It should be noted that all of the nonprofit certifying entities, except BIC, are profession specific and not diagnosis specific. BIC is also an autism specific certification. And while we do acknowledge that the majority of individuals with the BACB credential do provide services to individuals with autism, it's important to recognize that there are many other applications of behavior analysis that have been around since its inception and continue to grow today. For example, Molly, who spoke earlier, has her background in organizational behavior management. And it's really the responsibility of the certificate to practice within their scope of competence. On the same note, information available on the QABA website indicates clearly that the QABA certification is an autism intervention rather than the practice of behavior analysis as a whole. All three credentialing entities are accredited through organizations that are specifically listed in the code. The BACB and BIC are accredited by the NCCA, and QABA is accredited by ANSI, who's just spoke to us. And while accreditation bodies are referenced in statute, neither BIC nor QABA certified individuals are eligible for licensure at this time. The TDLR Behavior Analyst Advisory Board has twice declined to include QABA certifications as eligible for licensure, including most recently in June of 22. The BACB determined that the educational and experimental requirements are not equivalent to the existing requirements in licensing regulations. The third distinction that we would like to make is differences between each organization's governing boards. In our search, we couldn't really find anything on BIC, so we'll skip that. But there are differences between the BACB and QABA boards. The QABA board members are appointed by EAST, their parent company, whereas the BACB board members are voted on by BACB certificate holders. Another distinction is the scope of competence of board members and directors. All directors on the BACB board are certified practitioners of ABA, and as Molly said earlier, have collectively over 178 years working in the field, as well as one consumer of ABA. While the QABA board of directors are not all behavioral health care providers or consumers of our services. This slide provides links to documents that are relevant to exams and exam content, as well as exam information. As I previously mentioned, the code specifically states equivalent education and examination standards. Candidates for licensure or certification in most professions must pass a professional exam that is administered at a secure testing center. So, for example, the BACB certification must take certification candidates must take a computer-based professional exam in behavior analysis administered and proctored by Pearson VUE at secure testing centers. We've already discussed the number of questions and the length of time you have to complete the test. Candidates for QABA certification can take an exam in their home or workplace that is proctored by the company examinee. And so while I do appreciate ANSY's comments, thank you on remote testing and clarification on that, the option to take the exam at your employer's office or the candidate's homes still raises questions about the integrity and the security of these exams. This slide compares the different certifying entities' pathways for certification through education requirements. And Molly did a nice job discussing the 4 pathways for the BACB. And as she mentioned, pathways 3 and 4 will be discontinued at the in January of 2027. And that pathway 2 will no longer be an option as of January 1st, 2032, leaving pathway 1 as the only eligible pathway, which is a master's or doctoral degree from a university program in behavior analysis accredited by the Association of Professional Behavior Analysts or accredited or recognized by the Association for Behavior Analysts International. The only requirement for QABA is a minimum of a master's degree from an accredited university in related field. Again, the code specifically states equivalent education and examination standards. And again, the BACB demonstrates a more stringent requirement. This slide shows a comparison of the coursework requirement of the 3 credentialing agencies. Again, the BACB does have the most hours, but I don't think there's any reason in discussing those small differences in numbers. But QABA coursework may be obtained from third-party vendors that have not been properly vetted. So there's no requirement that coursework be obtained through accredited university programs or verified course sequences, further potentially lessening the quality of education received by those credentialed individuals. QABA's website also lists 165 educational providers offering course sequences for their 3 levels of certification, and 76 are private non-university companies, organizations, or individuals. And the large majority of those, 58, are located outside of the United States. 20 of them are universities, and 14 of those are outside of the United States, and 12 in South Korea. Additionally, based on a cursory glance, there does not appear to be any coursework requirements related to the theoretical underpinnings of behavior analysis. And I bring up the issue of the international providers and institutions only because in July of 2024, in the BACB newsletter, the BACB provided an international development update. So as a reminder, in December of 2019, the BACB announced, and I quote, that new BACB certifications would no longer be available to those outside of the United States and Canada beginning in 2023. The rationale for this substantial change was multifaceted, including numerous legal and practical considerations, as well as the recognition that a country's steady state system for regulating applied behavior analysis practitioners would likely need to originate within the country rather than be based on a private certification system originating in another country. So again, the course requirements are still just not equivalent. The number of supervised training hours also varies across certifying entities, with the BACB requiring 2,000 with 5% supervision or 1,500 with 10% supervision. BIC requires 1,000 and QABA does require 1,500. This slide outlines the supervisor requirements, which has also been discussed today. But I do think it's important to point out that the BACB is the only certifying entity that requires training and supervision, as well as at least 1 year post-certification prior to being eligible to supervise others. Quaba and the BACB both have 2-year recertification cycles and require 32 CEUs, including an ethics requirement. BACB is the only entity that currently requires CEs in supervision and is scheduled to add a requirement for CEs in diversity, equity, and inclusion starting in 2027. I do want to point out that when I created these slides, I did not know about Quaba's additions of trauma-informed care and dual diagnosis requirements. And I think those are great. I think everybody needs training in trauma-informed care. So thank you for making that point. All 3 entities have an ethics code or code of conduct, and the links are provided on the slide. This slide relates to how ethics codes are enforced, including how alleged violations of these codes should be reported. The BACB has enforcement procedures as well as instructions for reporting possible violations available on their website. And there's the complaints and grievances section of Quaba website includes enforcement procedures as well as a complaint form. And I believe that that's an update, but I would let Quaba make that clarification. But enforcement of ethical standards is essential for protecting consumers. No information about disciplinary actions taken by BIC or Quaba is available on their websites. However, in the Quaba presentation earlier, they did mention a public registry. I just have not found that. So if I missed it, I misspoke and I apologize. I'm not sure, the BACB website includes a page where you can view all reportable sanctions that the BACB has taken against an individual's certification or applications eligibility, demonstrating complete transparency. The absence of that information does raise concerns about the protections of consumers. In summary, we believe that as they are defined now, the BACB, Quaba, and BIC credentials are not equivalent, and that to approve either BIC or Quaba for eligibility for licensure in the state of Texas would weaken the qualifications for providers of behavioral health services and potentially put individuals with autism at risk and undermine the integrity of behavior analysis services provided in Texas. That said, when either credential requires educational and experimental learning that is equivalent to or more stringent than the generally accepted standards, with appropriate safeguards in place to ensure quality, transparency, and oversight, the Texaba PPG will consider supporting the inclusion of that credential. Lastly, we would also like to recommend that determining the qualifications of behavior analysts, including certifying entities, and their educational and experimental requirements should be addressed through the Behavior Analyst Advisory Board and TDLR with input from other related organizations as solicited. We do appreciate your time today, and I've provided our email address for any follow-up questions or comments.
Thank you. Any questions?
I do have a question for Ms. Rhodes.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Hyde, please.
Yeah, Lori High Commissioner. I had a question about your statement about ANSI and its proctored test possibly being not insecure or unsecured. What evidence do you have of that?
It wasn't a statement on it being, I said that I would still have concerns about the security of testing in the home. It's just an opinion.
An opinion.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify that as one who's taken many proctored tests, and I think they're widespread now. I'd like to see evidence of that, actually. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions?
Gordon Bourne, yeah, I have some. Thank you. So, Ms. Rhodes, what is your understanding of the of the appropriateness of a BCBA providing services to autistic persons if the BCBA has not been trained regarding working with autistic persons or is not being supervised at the time by someone who is?
say that that's unethical, that we should only practice within our scope of competency.
Okay, thank you.
And Dr. Brulin, I want to make sure that our questions get to the answers about whether or not my licensing folks are able to issue a license. And what I've seen based on the statute is what is outlined. So I just want to make sure that we're focusing on those questions.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank
But
you.
there's been comments also that suggested that maybe that one group of certificates would be prepared to work with autistic persons because of required coursework for the credential. And I just want to be clear that anyone certified by any other certifying organization, it's not appropriate for them to work with autistic persons if they've not been trained, or with the geriatric, gerontological population, or persons with TBI, or ADHD, or Tourette syndrome, unless they've been trained to do that.
That is correct.
That's the rationale. So thank you. Perhaps to make sure that we've got everything in balance here. So, Ms. Rhodes and Commissioner Bruno perhaps can tell me if this is not the appropriate time to ask this question, but there's been quite a bit of comment about shortage of providers. And I think you, as the person who's works in the field, as several of the people here do, know that that is a real problem. I'm curious.
Certainly.
What do you, what might be some factors contributing to the shortage of providers?
Wow, Dr. Borland, I think that Molly shared some really staggering numbers in the rate at which our field is growing, but as is the rate of diagnosed individuals that need our services. And I think that, training programs are trying as hard as they can to churn out qualified individuals. But, we're not able to serve those numbers yet. I'm not sure if I have an answer to that question other than there're just not enough people trained yet.
Okay, thank you. There was some comment made about people maybe get their certification and then go into a different field, and certainly probably we've all seen that happen too.
There's a very high burnout rate.
But
it's
let
a
me
hard
ask
job.
this, please. Is given the frequent references to Medicaid funding, are the Medicaid rates perhaps a factor in that, regardless of who's providing certification?
Yes, yes, I cannot speak on behalf of the public policy group, but I do think that there is definitely room for improvement in our reimbursement rates with Medicaid. And I do think that increased rates would, and our data from surveys suggest that improved rates would improve access to care, as there would be more providers that would potentially serve that population.
So am I hearing you correctly that there's probably multiple factors that have something to do with why we have a shortage of practitioners here in Texas? That it's not just because who is or isn't considered a certifying entity, but there's some very real world economic issues at stake here also.
Yes, absolutely. And again, speaking for myself and not the TxSABA PPG, TRICARE, for example, we were a provider for TRICARE for some years, and it absolutely broke my heart to terminate that contract. But unfortunately, just the requirements of that funding source became more than we could manage. So it has nothing to do with not wanting to provide that service, or in that situation, even the rates, but just the TRICARE policy itself. So that's a different barrier that has nothing to do with credentials or accreditation. So, I mean, that's another contributor to why a lot of those clients could be on waiting lists, is that providers have a difficult time working with TRICARE.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? And thanks for that. I know you were answering this question. I don't want to get too far into providers and insurance. That's not TDLR's role. But I appreciate your.
But it has come up.
Yes, thank you for that. All right. We have Mr. Mike Wasmer, who is with the Council of Autism Service Providers.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you all today.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
My name is Mike Wasmer, and I am the Chief Operating Officer for the Council of Autism Service Providers, and I'm the father of a young adult with autism. CASP is a national nonprofit trade association of organizations committed to providing evidence-based services to individuals with autism. CASP represents the autism provider community to the nation at large, including the government, payers, and the general public. Our mission is to provide information and promote standards that ensure quality, safe, and effective care. CASP itself does not issue credentials to individual providers of applied behavior analysis. However, the Autism Commission on Quality is the nonprofit subsidiary of CASP that accredits organizations that provide ABA services for autism and have met an established set of organizational standards. CASP currently has 30 member organizations operating in Texas that collectively deliver ABA services to over 7,500 autistic Texas citizens. It's of utmost importance to consumer safety that the individual providers delivering those services have earned their professional certification from an entity whose operations are transparent, autonomous, and free from any conflicts of interest. I won't repeat the definition of the certifying entity in statute, other than to stress that in addition to either being accredited by ANSI or NCCA, that it be approved by the department. The Association of Professional Behavior Analysis, or APBA, who spoke earlier, is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to promote and advance the science-based practice of ABA and represents appropriately credentialed providers. As also mentioned, as a service to stakeholders such as consumers, practitioners, and regulators, APBA published a document called Considerations for Evaluating Credentials in the Practice of ABA that is publicly available on their website. This document provides guidance for stakeholders to independently assess certifying entities and the ABA credentialing programs they offer. In addition to a consideration of program accreditation status, the APBA guidance recommends evaluating other important factors, such as how the certifying entity itself is funded, potential conflicts of interest, whether a job analysis was performed and its results are publicly available, whether the examination was based on that job analysis and developed by someone with expertise in test construction, continuing education requirements, ethical and disciplinary standards, and publicly availability of examination pass rates and relevant certificate data. Answers to all of these questions should be easily accessible from the certifying entity's website. There are currently 3 entities that offer professional certification for practitioners of ABA in North America: the BACB, QABA, and a third BIC, BICC, which is the Behavioral Intervention Certification Council. I would encourage the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation to direct the Behavior Analyst Advisory Board to conduct an independent assessment of each of these entities using the APBA guidance as a framework. CASP has performed this analysis twice, once in 2021 and again in 2024. In summary, the BACB and its programs met or exceeded all criteria for a credible credentialing body for behavior analyst, whereas we identified several key concerns with QABA and BIC and the programs they offer. With regard to QABA, there is a lack of transparency. The business structure of QABA as it relates to its legal and financial framework is very difficult to determine from its website. Its bylaws describe the entity's parent as Elevated Autism Services Team, LLC. Other than showing that this is a private for-profit corporation, an internet search reveals very little information about the parent company or its stakeholders. For-profit status creates potential conflicts of interests. The vast majority of entities that issue professional certifications for medical and behavioral health care providers, including the BACB, are not for profit. For-profit status of a certifying entity does raise concerns about possible undue influence on its operations and its decision-making that could jeopardize consumer safety. Eligibility requirements for the QABA certification allow for coursework to be delivered by non-university private providers. And this is one of the questions, ma'am, that you had asked earlier. According to the QABA's website, approved coursework providers include 76 private non-university companies, organizations, or individuals. 58 of those private providers are outside the jurisdiction of the United States. Unrelated to our analysis of credentialing entities, but nonetheless important to the credibility of an organization, the executive director of QABA, Holly Benicosa, has a history of misrepresenting the recognition of QAB certifications in state licensure
We're
laws.
going to stop there. At this moment, we're not going to name people or call people out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I will just say that, did I say QABA has done that?
Sure.
I personally experienced this concern in my capacity as the consumer representative on the Behavior Analyst Advisory Committee to the Kansas Behavior Sciences Regulatory Board. The BSRB is the agency that licenses qualified behavior analysts in Kansas. For purposes of its Applied Behavior Analysis Licensure Act, Kansas has the statutory definition of certifying entity similar to the definition of Texas and most other states that license behavior analysts, and that it recognizes BACB or other equivalent nationally accredited non-governmental agency approved by the BSRB. In April of 22, the QABA gave a presentation to the advisory committee as part of its request to be recognized as a certifying entity in Kansas. When asked by the executive director of the BSRB whether there were any other states that had agreed to recognize QABA for the purposes of licensure, the response was yes, and QABA proceeded to list 9 states, including Texas, that they were speaking with. When pressed to clarify how many states had actually recognized QABA in statute, the answer was none. And a recording of this meeting is available on the BSRB website. In a follow-up email from QABA to the executive director of BSRB in June of 2020.
I'd like to speak to what's happening in Texas. I understand that happened in Kansas, and that's good, but
okay, I'm sorry.
More concerned with the Texas law.
I understand.
Thank you.
Okay, I will just skip ahead a little bit, but I was concerned about the credibility of some of the statements that have been made. I'm not going to make comments regarding the BICC other than to state that based on publicly available information and in keeping with CAS's mission to ensure quality, safe, and effective care, it's CAS's recommendations that TDLR continue to recognize the BACB as the only approved entity for the purposes of the Behavior Analyst Licensing Act. I know that some may argue that this may facilitate a monopoly or limit access to care, but I respectfully disagree. I believe that it protects some of Texas's most vulnerable citizens from receiving services from unqualified providers. One other comment I would like to make in light of some of the conversations today with regard to accrediting bodies, whether it be ANSI or NCCA or another, is that it's my understanding, and somebody please correct me if I'm incorrect, that those accrediting bodies accredit the programs that are delivered, not the entities themselves. And many of the concerns expressed today related to transparency, autonomy, and potential conflicts of interests, are not necessarily related to the programs, but to the entity itself. And that's the end of my comments. I mean,
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Are there any questions?
and I apologize if I.
Thank you. I'd like to just reiterate some of the comments I made earlier, because I know it's come up. What we're looking at from the department's point of view is what is in state law. And the Texas law tells us that 5 criteria must be met before a license can be issued in Texas. One is certification by what the Texas law defines as a certifying entity. And then, of course, the educational requirements and passage of an exam. And right now, Texas law says that a certifying entity is the Behavior Analyst Certification Board, or BACB, or another entity that is accredited to issue credentials in the professional practice of applied behavior analysis by either the National Commission for Certifying Agencies or ANSI. So I guess I would say, and Derek, please, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't want to say anything that violates the statute or goes outside of it. As far as this law is concerned, seeing that and hearing that the Qualified Applied Behavior Analysis Credentialing Board is certified by ANSI checks off that box.
I think we're looking at more than just the organization itself. We're looking at the actual certification that they issue.
And it's my understanding that, and I don't want to get too deep into this, but if ANSI issues that certification, then that entity, whether it's Quab or any other entity, becomes a certifying entity per our statute.
So the provision about what the license applicant has to fulfill is that they have to have certification that is equivalent. So it's the certification that we're looking at, not necessarily the organization. So the fact of NC credentialing is not the end of the story in the analysis.
Does the NC credentialing meet the statutory definition of a certifying entity?
ANSI itself is not a certifying entity under the definition. An entity that is accredited by ANSI and approved by the department, while it may meet the definition of certifying entity, the certification they issue has to be equivalent for purposes of the license applicant.
Thank you.
I have one question, please. So thank you. Again, I think you're in a really good position to have information regarding shortage of providers. What are some of the, real quickly, some of the factors that influence shortage of providers?
I think primarily the continued increase in incidence of autism itself. There simply aren't enough providers, regardless of, there just simply aren't enough providers. I think some other folks might be tested. I'll just leave it at that. There simply aren't enough providers.
Well, I guess in Texas, we have Medicaid rates, right? And and someone else can talk about this, but I have heard that the percentage of BCBAs in Texas who are willing to sign up and be paid that rate is below 50%. Or it's a low percentage. So in other words, there's a lot of potential providers out there who are not willing to take the Medicaid rate.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And it really comes down to sustainability of the practice. I mean, you have an excellent practitioner, who absolutely wants to serve these kids, but if they can't be reimbursed enough to sustain their practice and keep their staff paid, then they can't function.
I understand. I've heard of that happen, sadly. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I did for the
Commissioner
last.
High?
Yes, Commissioner High. The last speaker I'm sorry, I don't have him on the screen right now, so I can't see him, but he indicated that for-profit entities might be more likely to be be sensitive to undue influence. I wanted him to elaborate on that.
Yeah, I appreciate you asking that question. It really comes down to transparency and whether there are, if it's a for-profit entity, are there firewalls between the people who are funding that and the decision-making that's made with regard to establishing the criteria to be certified and the decision-making involved. I just think that it's more difficult to see that without that degree of transparency.
And you think the nonprofit entities would be less susceptible to that influence? Is that what you're saying?
I do believe that, yes.
And do you have examples of what you're talking about then?
I would, yeah, I would say, I would say the fact that the vast majority of other professional certification bodies are not for profit. I think it's a public perception.
Okay. And I had one more question about your reference to the increase in autism. I heard, I can't remember the speaker, his name, but he referred to autism having increased from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 36. Is that your view as well?
The prevalence rate has absolutely continued to increase over the past 30 years.
And so the 1 in 10,000 count came from the 90s? Is that where that comes from?
I don't recall the dates, but most of the prevalence data that typically is quoted comes from the CDC.
Commissioner High, I know it's hard to hear between the room and here. Dr. Borland was sharing that he believes that was from the 1970s.
Yeah, Gordon Borland, when I was a postdoc at Johns Hopkins, that was what we were told.
1 in 10,000.
And that was in 1977.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Borland.
Yes. So may I ask a question if we're going to talk about incidence and prevalence? Sure. So that seems to be
Let's get back to the
theme here.
equivalence question.
Yeah. So has the definition of autism been unchanged since 1977?
There has been a change in the DSM is the diagnostic manual, the diagnostic and statistic manual. It's the manual that defines mental health conditions, including autism, and that has changed several times. We're currently on the DSM-5, the DSM-3, 4, and 5. There have been some broadening of the diagnostic criteria, but if you look according to the CDC, even though that criteria has changed somewhat, that alone can't explain the increasing incidence of diagnoses.
I'm not suggesting it would. Okay. I've just been in the field long enough that I know that there were people back in the 70s that we used to say they were autistic-like, but they weren't diagnosed as such. Now we have different diagnostic criteria. I know as a person who used to do diagnoses that people now, and I think appropriately, are being diagnosed with autism that could not have been earlier. So some of the increase reflects that. I'm not denying that there is a bona fide increase. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions? Yes, please.
If it's just okay to address specifically, because our accreditation has very explicit requirements around any commercial, financial, or other pressures, and that's closely assessed. And the organization is required to do an ongoing risk assessment and ensure that those issues, whatever ownership, nonprofit, for-profit, doesn't really make any difference because I work for nonprofits. They still have to operate and they still collect funds for the thousands of applicants. So that is explicit in the international standard. It's imperative that impartiality in the issuance of the certifications is paramount.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. We have the Texas Association for Behavior Analysis, Jeffrey Dillon and Bernice De La Cruz. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I know Bernice and Rachel Kramer as well.
I think we didn't have her, but
Yeah, she's here as well.
okay. You
So,
want to go ahead and speak for them?
I'm used to testifying in front of the legislature, but not TDLR. So I do have copies of my comments if you're wanting them. If not, then I will use the scrap paper when I go back. All right. Well, dear Texas Department of Licensure or Licensing and Regulation, members of the Behavior Analysts Advisory Board, and distinguished guests, the governing body of Texas Association for Behavior Analysis, or TXABA, the Executive Council, strongly supports the concerns and recommendations of the TXABA Public Policy Group. For Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, or TDLR, to follow the recommendations of the Behavior Analysts Advisory Board, or BAB, when making determinations regarding inclusion of certifying entities for Texas licensure, both the Licensed Behavior Analyst, or LBA, and the Licensed Assistant Behavior Analyst, the LABA. We understand that this issue has been addressed twice already, and we support the recommendations of the BAB and the past decisions made by TDLR. In reviewing the Qualified Applied Behavior Analysis Credentialing Board, or QABA's credential, it is not equivalent to the standards of the BACB, Behavior Analysis Certification Board, as we've heard many times today. It is not representative of the full scope of practice of behavior analysis. Specifically, QABA's mission, quote, is to establish the highest standard of care and empower all professionals who provide behavioral intervention services to individuals with autism spectrum disorders, ASD, and related disabilities, unquote. As the home for both the science and practice of behavior analysis in Texas, TXABA has concerns about limiting the behavior analytic licensure to working with one population, notably individuals with ASD and related disabilities. At our annual conference, while our largest tracks are designed for practitioners working with individuals with neurodevelopmental disorders, including those with ASD, we have tracks geared specifically towards basic research, such as both experimental and applied, social issues such as juvenile justice, sustainability, cultural analysis, education, higher education and working in public schools, organization of behavior management, such as consulting to companies and working with ABA providers, and general and niche area tracks that include conceptual and theoretical presentations, as well as working in different areas that behavior analysts work with or in. As the state of Texas's professional organization for behavior analysis, TXABA serves as a locus for many different areas and people in behavior analysis. To date, TXABA has received almost no contact or activity from individuals in Texas with QABA certificates. For example, we are not aware of any QABA certificates being active in TXABA. Only one QABA certificate has ever registered for the annual conference. And
Can we keep our comments to the equivalency question, please?
I think there's some press. I mean, these comments have been made today. I think it really does stand, and it's important.
We're not testifying. This is an open discussion.
Yeah.
And really, as I've laid out, we want to analyze, what the law says and what we need to look at to issue the license. So if you could do your best to speak to the
equivalence
question and the accreditation. Thank you.
Sure. And actually, I guess this goes to the equivalency because I know continuing education is a part of that. So we've received, we being TXABA, of course, have received one inquiry ever about offering QABA CEUs or continuing education units. And interestingly, that CEU for QBAs, the highest level is our friends here have discussed, came from an individual residing outside Texas. Taken together, this data certainly indicates limited interest in or practice of behavior analysis by QABA certificates in Texas. In Texas, and this we'll talk about earlier, there are 28 active QABA certificates, 28 right now, across all three levels of certification, 6 of those being QBAs, the highest level, the master's degree. And this data was referenced 2 days ago on September 18th, 2024. Of those 6, only one is licensed as a BCBA, so only one of those 6 is a BCBA and licensed in the state of Texas. And notably, we discovered when cross-referencing the certification registries that the one BCBA is currently under disciplinary suspension for 5 different BACB ethical standard violations of the BACB Ethics Code for behavior analysts for 6 months starting September 3rd, 2024. However, that person's still listed as an active QBA certificate and a licensed behavior analyst in Texas. Upon learning of this, we did report this to the BAB board and TDLR. This case illustrates one of our major concerns, that being the unequal quality standards regarding the ethics code and disciplinary actions as illustrated by the Texaba Public Policy Group earlier. In another example, Texaba discovered that QABA has seemingly misleadingly advertised that LBAs and LABAs from other states that qualify with only a QABA or QASP certification, and it's North Carolina, to our knowledge, is the only state in the country, may move to Texas and be licensed per Senate Bill 422, Section 55.0041. Per this Senate bill and that section that I just referenced, the licenses from other states must be, quote, substantially equivalent to the requirements for the license in this state, unquote. As stated previously, certification by QABA is not substantially equivalent to certification by the BACB, and LBAs and LABAs moving from out of state are required to be certified by the BACB. This is just another example of behavior by QABA that would be considered an ethical violation under the BCBA Ethics Code, highlighting the differences in ethical codes and practices between the two certifications. We do have references available upon request about scope of practice and any other references to information I provided today. I submit this respectfully as president of the Texaba Association Behavior Analysis. Berenice, who, as you referenced, is the president-elect.
Oh, excuse me, I said Bernice. Excuse me, please. Bernice, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No problem.
She's very graceful. Yeah, she's forgiving.
Thank you.
She's the president-elect, and Rachel Kramer is our executive director.
Okay. And we had you on the list to speak, and
Yeah.
we appreciate that.
Yeah.
You're speaking. Thank you. Any
Thank you.
questions?
Okay, Gordon Moreland, I have a question.
Please.
One I've asked before. We've heard numerous comments about the shortage of practitioners in Texas, of ABA practitioners specifically, and maybe even for persons with autism in particular. Why? What can you, as president of Texaba, tell us about factors that might influence the shortage of ABA practitioners, and is number one, and number two, is it just because of the certification entity issue?
Well, I know Mike from CASP, and I think you asked this of Ellen. I revert back to their comments because I don't want to repeat it, and I know it's late as well. But I guess to your second question, I think if I'm answering this correctly, or if I heard you right, as far as network adequacy or you know, the data I presented in my comments, it wouldn't really help, to be quite honest. I mean, like I said, there were 28 in total across all certifications, QABAs, or under QABA, excuse me. So that's 6 QBAs, that's 14 ABATs, that's synonymous with the RBT credential, right? In which I think Molly indicated there's about 175,000 RBTs. Forgive me if I got that number slightly off there, Molly.
Nationally, maybe.
Nationally,
Globally,
yes.
Not in Texas.
Not in Texas. Somebody might, if you want that data, I bet you Berenice or Rachel might be able to look that up real quick. And 8 QASPSs. So again, the total equals 28. So that certainly is not going to solve that
Are
problem.
Medicaid rates part of a limiting factor in some, apparently?
I can't speak necessarily from Texaba's perspective, but from my.
Well,
Let's
other
not focus
parties
on
have
Medicaid
kept bringing
rates.
that up. So-
Yes, and I've continued to request that we focus on the question before us as regulators, thank you, which is the sort of question of certifying entities and equivalents, not necessarily Medicaid rates. Thank you.
I'm done. Thank you.
Steve, Courtney Arbor, I'd like to make a quick comment on that question that continues to come up. I spent 25 years in workforce development prior to my tenure here at TDLR. And so to help answer that question, I am certain that it probably does have to do with some of the Medicaid reimbursement rates, but the growth in this state is significant. The points about the limited number of the universities needing to provide more people to meet this need. The idea that as a workforce development strategy, we need as many qualified providers providing this type of training so that we can have enough practitioners. It's also something that we need to make sure always is at the forefront. And as a licensing agency, we are wanting to abide by the law, but we also know that the state is growing, business is moving here, people are moving here to work. With the number of diagnoses we're seeing in autism and other fields that this industry supports, it's important to have enough practitioners to meet the demand. So that's always going to be part of our way of thinking.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have anyone from the Association for Behavior Analysis International? I don't think we do. We didn't earlier, but I want to double check.
No, I'd understood that they were sending a written statement, but I don't.
If we got anything, our staff will certainly get it to the members of the advisory board and to our commissioners.
Thank you. I mean, that's not my prominence.
All right. And then I will turn it back over to Dr. Borland for the final items on the agenda.
Thank you. First of all, I thank everyone for being here. I've been sitting this long and I've been taking data and no one has gone to sleep. So I think that's good.
That's good.
Appreciate people coming in from around the state, outside the state, a lot of expertise here, a lot of passion, and appropriately so. I see that across the board. No matter who the certifying entity or organization may be, that's not the issue. I do have some comments I want to make, but maybe I should hold that until and let open for questions. Would that be preferable?
Yeah, if sure.
Okay. So the floor is now open for questions. If anyone wishes to raise one.
Oh, I appreciate everybody being here.
Right.
I've got a question for Derek. Would you explain again what the statement that you said?
So the definition of a certifying entity, one of the prongs can be met by being approved by ANSI. So even if they are a certifying entity by definition, when our license applicants apply under 506.253, which says an applicant for a license as a licensed behavior analyst must present evidence to the department that the applicant, one, is currently certified by the certifying entity as a board certified behavior analyst or a board certified behavior analyst / doctoral, or an equivalent certification issued by the certifying entity. Two, has met the educational requirements of the board certified behavior analyst standard or the board certified behavior analyst / doctoral standard, or an equivalent standard adopted by the certifying entity. Three, has passed the board certified behavior analyst examination or an equivalent examination offered by the certifying entity in applied behavior analysis. And 4 and 5 follow and aren't necessarily relevant. So it's not just a question of whether they're approved by ANSI, it's a question of whether the certification for our licensee purposes, for issuing a license, whether the individual who applies for a license as a behavior analyst has a certification that's equivalent, has education that's equivalent, and has passed an exam that's equivalent. Okay. So those, for our licensee purposes, for the license must be met, whether or not we consider this organization a certifying entity.
Okay, that's what I thought you meant.
Other questions? Just late hour?
I have a question.
Surely. Mr. Gonzalez.
Yeah. As laid out at the beginning, there was going to be a conversation section. Have we reached the conversation section yet?
I think that's where we're at.
Okay, that's what I was trying to make sure.
Yeah.
I was trying to make sure, do you have a little bit of stuff or just want to go?
I'm sure.
Well, I mean, so look, I mean.
We're having an advisory board meeting and the purpose is an open discussion so everyone can hear each other. So let's have some time.
So.
For everyone to talk.
You have to go up there, kind of stay here.
You can stay.
All right, so part of the issue that we had was, you guys can jump in, when TDOR had denied QABA that licensing, they asked for months for the reasons why. They were able to finally get it through an open records request. That's how they got the information. It's relevant because the information that was used to deny had wrong information littered throughout. We did not know that until we had to get an open records request to get the information because the agency would not provide it. So here's the entity saying, okay, denied. Where can we improve? What's the deficiency? Where are we at? And that it would take an open records request to get that information. And then once you get it, you realize, wait a minute, this information is not correct. Ms. Rhodes was testifying to a lot of things. She was even admitting throughout her testimony that she may have been incorrect on updates and new information and things like that. Yes. Welcome to our world the last several years. There's so much bad information out there that is being used to make this decision. Warren said, just call him and ask him. Call these guys and ask them.
We will, and I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to say that was one of the main purposes for today.
Perfect. And
I want to make sure that there isn't wrong information.
I was going to close with that, but
Okay.
you push because I was going to end on a happy note, which is, despite all of this, this has been a great opportunity to discuss the law, not opinions, because here we deal with the law.
Yep.
When I legislate, I deal with the law, not opinions of who is compromised and who is not. So I appreciate the fact that the commissioners allowed us to have this conversation to discuss the law. And if we were in a committee hearing, as he says, he does most of his in a committee hearing, I would have interjected a dozen times to clarify the facts. Because, man, I wish we had a fact checker here today. If we had a fact checker here today, they would all miss their flights back to Florida, California, and DC, because we'll be here all day rebutting the facts that we've heard here. And I don't want Andy to have to go through all of that. I just want you to know we could spend the next hour and a half rebutting the last hour of misinformation and bad facts and opinions. So to Mr. Bruno, I appreciate you constantly bringing it back to what your job is. You are the regulator. Me and my friends, we're the legislators, have been, not going back, not even thinking about it. So that if there is a deficiency, and the general counsel gives a definition that is not the intent of the legislature as that bill was drafted, then we can know that because we're going to change it. And we're going to put it back to where we want it to be, or what we thought it was in the first place. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for allowing us, after all these years, to have the conversation.
And I want to thank Commissioner Wesson,
Yeah, absolutely.
Commissioner High, of course, and our Executive Director, Courtney. And I want to thank you all for coming, because that is our goal, is to stay within the confines of the law and have an open discussion about this topic that's been going on a long time. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Jeff Dillon, Texaba. I would just like to respond to Larry's comment that, in particular to my comments, that there was zero misinformation provided. He referenced the last hour, the amount of misinformation. I find it a little disingenuous and untrue. Again, I will provide you the comments I made. It was all researched.
We are not here, gentlemen, please.
You're correct. You're correct. I was not referring to you.
Okay, thank you. Just
Okay.
wanted to
I
make
was
sure.
not
All
referring
right,
to you.
thanks. This is an open discussion. held within the bounds of a advisory board meeting. And we're gonna keep it professional. It's not a courtroom. Thank you. Yes, sir.
If I could just add one component, since it was, brought up several times, in regards to the folks that are listed overseas that were identified, I think close to 76 folks. That's absolutely correct. Overseas, as we're certifying and helping the developing world in particular. Our president is a military spouse. She traveled to South Korea when they identified South Korea with her husband when he served in the military there, and she visited all the universities.
Okay.
One other thing, just to add real quick, because it was, you pointed out in some other things, we subsidize, giving lower prices to the developing world to help them with treatment for autism, because it's not just something that's an epidemic that we have in the US, it's international. And that's why we have that international focus beyond our borders.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And again, I want to focus, I appreciate that information. I want to focus on the Texas statute and what's happening here in our state.
Bruno, you have a hand online.
Thank you.
Hi, Rachel Kramer with Texaba.
Yes.
I had a question specific for ANSI. Are QABA certifications geared towards only one population, or are they accredited with you guys for serving different populations?
It's for the broader population. It's not just for autism, if that's the question.
Okay.
It's for applied behavior analysis test.
Were you able to hear that?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
And I'm just wondering, when you guys are, for Quaba and Larry, when you guys are proposing, it comes across as if you're proposing to restrict the scope of practice of behavior analysis to only autism. And that is concerning. I want to just get clarification from you guys. Is that your intent?
We're focused on the qualifications for issuing the behavior analyst certification. So I think that question's a little bit outside that.
Okay.
Thank you. Was there another hand on the screen?
Yeah, this is Carol Sloan. I'm a member of the Behavior Analyst Advisory Board. I'm also a parent. I have a son with autism that was diagnosed 30 years ago. And I've been on the board of a nonprofit, Families for Effective Autism Treatment Houston, for like 29 years. So exposed to tons of families and issues and these things. And I'd just like to say, first of all, thank you for licensure, because it's been the wild, wild west the autism world has been. And it's so wonderful to have a baseline for our parents to have some protection. So we're very grateful for that. I think the issue as being on the board and trying to figure out how to work through these thorny issues of who, what's best is not wanting to go back to making sure that the quality is there for all our kids and our families. Families have a really difficult time evaluating programs and knowing what is good treatment. And it's really, really hard for them. And the BACB has been around a long time. And so that has been a safe place for us to know that we were coming from that point. I'm grateful for the discussion too, to learn more about about QABA and things, but I think we've been very nervous about diluting the quality when we finally got there, because we had a lot of practitioners in Texas saying they were doing ABA who'd been to a weekend conference. And so we're in a good place. And again, thank you for the discussion. And as a parent, I would just like to say we do need these protections. We do need people watching out that the quality of service is at least a certain level, because we all know that even licensed in the medical profession, we're going to not get the same quality of service everywhere. So it's up to parents to understand and do that. But our issue, a couple of other points, our issues that I'm seeing from our organization are not often, people don't complain about not being able to get services nearly so much as they can't get funding for services. So the funding has been the greatest problem of service delivery. And then I think the quality of service is a problem in service delivery. So I'd like us to keep our eyes on the vulnerability of our population as we make all these decisions too. Thank you.
Thank you. Right.
Are we in H still?
You are, yeah, H, and then we can go to I and J.
Steve.
Yes. Oh, I'm
Brandy.
sorry,
No
Brandy.
problem. I just see another hand. I don't know if it's a leftover hand or a new one.
Ms. Kramer.
Oh, sorry, leftover hand.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Brandy. Good eyes. Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Again, I thank everyone for being here, for the energy, passion. If we don't have passion about these services that we provide for people with a wide variety of needs and interests, we're just technicians. Build them. The point of my understanding of the licensure bill, which again, thank you. Thank you. You and your legislative colleagues, and to all those who advocated and supported for that. Just some people here in the room and online. The point of licensure, as I understand it, in this case, is to protect the public. That's the point. It's not to take care of a guild. And what I think the statute requires us, and what the BAAB has understood to be its task, is to look at just that very issue with respect to and in compliance with the law as written. We may wish the law were different. I personally have some thoughts on that. It doesn't, but it doesn't matter. This is the law we have. And I heard that from similar comments from Mr. Gonzalez. So here we are. I want to talk a little bit about the BAAB for a moment, because there have been some comments regarding that. The BAAB is a group of volunteers. Those of us who are here today in person, online, are volunteering our time. We have spent hours and hours doing so with absolutely zero remuneration. And I gladly do, because I'm committed to trying to protect the public. I'm committed to my profession and the benefit that it provides people. And it's not a benefit that's related to practitioner certified by any particular certifying organization. And I'm deliberately using the term certifying organizations and not certifying entity. There's a distinction in the law, but I'm not one. But I think it's important to realize that the BAAB has members who are not certified behavior analysts. I have heard some comment that implies that we all are certified by the BACB. That there's citizen members, you've heard from Ms. Sloan. There are other citizen members who members. There is a physician, Dr. Mock, who is with us, who are not behavior analysts. And they bring some additional perspective, which I think is really, really important, lest we become myopic. The BAAB does not change laws. It does not convert laws. It just tries to follow the law. And I think we have consistently, over the two previous analyses of this question, tried to do so in congruent with the task that we have been provided by leadership of TDLR. Carefully spending much time trying to parse out all these details, because it's complicated. It is. But it's also the case, we know that ultimately our job is to protect the public. And to do so, I think we would all agree that the people who are licensed or authorized by the state to be independent practitioners of applied behavior analysis need to have the best preparation they can get that is available. It may not be ideal, but what is the best available now? And you probably have seen our comments before on that. Whether that recommendation changes after today's meeting, to be determined. Okay. But I find it, and I'm just going to be real blunt, I find it personally offensive for the BAAB to have been described as arrogant. We are a group of volunteer public servants. Some of us have been sued in our personal and private capacity because of some of the decisions we've made. I don't call that arrogance. I call that commitment to the good of the public as we understand it and to the rule of law. Behavior analysis is not a consumer good like a computer. It is a service to vulnerable people having many needs, many diagnoses, and many desires. And to take a step toward limiting that scope of practice, I think would be problematic. Not suggesting someone is saying we should. That could be an inference, but not something that was said. Behavior analysts, regardless of who certifies them, in my opinion, in my experience, are compassionate, caring people. And I think that the public needs for them to be recognized for that and supported. I assume we all do. Consumer choice and innovation, those are important, of course. But I also know from experience when my wife had to have open heart surgery that there was not just anybody who could provide that competently, though there would certainly be people who would offer to do so. In other societies, it's pretty common. But instead, we went for someone who was a board certified, licensed cardiac thoracic surgeon. Just increasing the supply of potential providers is something that we should look at very carefully. It's an important issue, but it is not the ultimate value for us. It is protecting the public. And my wife, when she had open heart surgery, for her, it was very important that we had what we thought was the person doing it who was the best likelihood, not a guarantee, of being competent to perform that very important surgery. Thank God he was. And she's doing well. Okay. In behavior analysis, I think we need to make sure that the people who are authorized by the state to independently offer ABA services to whatever population are those with the best available training at the time. So it's about consumers, protecting the public. It's not about promoting industry or organizations. It's about how do we protect the public within the rule of law, thus into the screen. Thank you. Any closing remarks from the commissioners, executives?
I just want to say thank you for everyone for this discussion. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we got a lot of good information.
Commissioner Weston? Yeah.
Yeah, take it under review
And Commissioner High, I don't know if you're still able to
battery, she sent me. a
Shoot,
note.
over battery. All right. All right. Well, thank you. Well, thank you all. Leave it to you to call for the adjournment.
I want to make clear that even though we were told by Mr. Ortiz that we have a quorum, I don't hear any motions forthcoming. So I think the board needs to look at this issue. I think we need to maybe look at a scorecard or something of all the pros and cons, objective, subjective. And I just want to point out, one of the reasons why I tried to stick closely to the candidate handbooks is to make sure that I was looking at what the organizations have said outside. With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move.
Dr. Sokolowski moves that we adjourn. Is there a second from the board?
This is Carol Sloan, I'll second.
Carol Sloan seconds. Will you call the roll, Mr. Ortiz? Will you poll the board?
Brian, finally.
Mr. Presiding Officer, I don't think it's necessary to take a roll call on adjourning unless there's an objection.
Okay, just want to make sure that we dot all the i's and cross all the t's, or cross all the i's and dot all the t's, whichever way it is. Okay, hearing no objection, this meeting is adjourned at 5:36 p.m. Thank you all.